acetaminophen,
anti-Semitism,
global infiltrator.
Well, hello.
Welcome to TYT. I'm your host, Anna Kasparian, and I want to thank my co-host, Cenk Uygur, the CEO of this company, for giving me a solo first hour today because unfortunately I missed the show yesterday. I was flying in from New York and the flight was delayed so much that I wasn't able to make the show, and I'm really, really sorry about that. But since Wednesdays, I usually have a solo hour. Cenk was kind enough to give me a solo hour today. He will be joining me for the second hour and the bonus episode, so stick around for that. But before we even get to Cenk's hour, we're gonna talk about a lot of important stories, including an incredible verbal scuffle between Mika Brzezinski and her husband, Joe Scarborough, on Morning Joe today. Apparently they have some pretty big disagreements on how the Democratic Party needs to move forward, how they need to fight. And what's incredible about that story is they both somehow managed to be wrong. Okay, so we're gonna get to that at the top of the show. Sadly and tragically, there's also a horrific story out of England that we're gonna talk about. There was an attack, a terrorist attack on a synagogue. People were killed as a result. And so I'm gonna give you the details as we have them at the moment later in the show. And then we'll talk a little bit about Tucker Carlson's somewhat lengthy monologue about what he feels is a toxic relationship between the United States and Israel. I think he actually makes some good points and in fact even offers some actionable items for how we can repair that relationship in a way that he sees as beneficial to both the United States and Israel, so stick around for that. As always, just want to encourage you to like and share if you're watching us live. It helps us with the algo, as the kids say. So help spread the message of TYT and the work that we do here. It's a free and easy way to support our work. You can also become a member, a paying member, and help support our show that way by going to tyt.com/join. All right, without further ado, I wanted to start off with something a little bit out of left field. This is by no means the top news story of the day, but it's so different from everything else in the rundown that I just kind of wanted to cover it at the top before we move on to some geopolitical news, foreign policy news, and the like. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Democrats have got to get better at pushing back and fighting against things that are clearly a lie.
I also just don't understand why we're blaming the Democrats for Republicans lying. What exactly are the Democrats supposed to do?
You keep repeating, they're supposed to fight back.
Yes.
It's always a little awkward when husband and wife get into a public spat, but that's exactly what happened on Morning Joe this morning with Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough. Now Scarborough took his own wife to task for letting weak Democrats off the hook despite their honestly mealy-mouthed fights against Trump and the Republican Party. And honestly, I agree with that sentiment. However, somehow both Mika and Joe came away looking like absolute imbeciles. And I know that's a harsh word to use, but just bear with me as I make my case. So here's the context. The Morning Joe panel was discussing the government shutdown. We are right now, as we speak, undergoing a government shutdown because Congress, the Democrats and the Republicans couldn't come to an agreement on funding the government. And they disagreed in regard to how Democrats should proceed forward, right? So there's a government shutdown. They're also talking about the fact that Republicans have homed in on the talking point that the entire fight is over federally funded healthcare for undocumented immigrants. Now, TYT covered that in detail on yesterday's show. We're not going to get into those details right now, but that's not what this fight is really about. What the Democratic Party really wants to do is essentially repeal a provision from the big, beautiful bill that would cut $1 trillion in Medicaid funds, which obviously would be very devastating for Americans who are reliant on Medicaid. So that's what the whole fight is really about. The Democrats are in the Senate specifically are saying, well, look, we've got some leverage when it comes to funding the government. Why not use this leverage to fight and get something that we want out of these negotiations? Now, Vance Trump and House Speaker Mike Johnson and tons of other Republican leaders have been repeating this claim that federal Medicaid dollars are going to undocumented immigrants. But in reality, that's not really what they're concerned about. They want to continue justifying the massive tax cuts, the permanent tax cuts that disproportionately benefit the rich, while cutting $1 trillion from Medicaid, and they don't want to negotiate with Democrats on this issue at all. Now, Joe Scarborough characterized it as a complete lie, meaning the lie that all these federal dollars are going to undocumented immigrants, and slammed the Democrats for failing to push back on it. Take a look.
Democrats have got to get better at pushing back and fighting against things that are clearly a lie, whether it's that lie or whether it's JD Vance repeating that lie, whether it's Mike Johnson repeating that lie, whether it's JD Vance saying very matter-of-factly, of course we all know most of the violence politically comes from the left. He knows that's a lie. Where are the Democrats? Why are the Democrats so ineffective in pushing back and fighting back against things that are obviously not true?
Look, so far, I'm on Joe Scarborough's camp. I never thought in a million years that I would say that, but it is true that Democratic voters, I'm personally no longer a Democrat, I'm a registered independent, but I sympathize and had sympathized for many years with Democratic voters who felt that the Democratic Party was essentially inefficient in fighting back against the GOP. They lacked the strategy necessary to push back. And so far, I'm on Joe Scarborough's side. However, Mika Brzezinski didn't take kindly to this criticism of the Democratic Party. Take a look.
I also just don't understand why we're blaming the Democrats for Republicans lying. At the highest level of office, they have the biggest megaphone. They have TV networks that repeat the lies and say things on those networks with no consequence. And the things they say are violent. Okay, so they're not only repeating the lies, but adding to this coarseness. And there's no consequence to it. And we're blaming the Democrats? We're blaming the Democrats for this.
Yes, you should blame the Democrats, because the fact of the matter is, we now live in an age where partisan media reigns supreme. And there are huge downsides to that, but to pretend as though there's no such thing as liberal media that carries out the messaging of the Democratic Party is laughable, to say the least. Yes, there's also conservative media, but for the longest time, I think disproportionately, the media leaned more in the liberal camp as opposed to the conservative camp. Right now, there's partisan media, period. And so there are certainly avenues in which the Democratic Party could use left-wing media to engage or carry out their messaging in a strategic way. And I think that they have failed at that. Part of the reason why they failed at that is because they've been honestly very slow to catch on to the importance of independent media. And what I mean by independent is not ideologically independent. I'm talking about alternative media, right? Digital media, avenues in which you can spread your messaging outside of the ordinary corporate media infrastructure. But on top of that, there really hasn't been much strategy from the Democratic Party to begin with, right? That's really been the core of the issue here. They haven't really figured out what their identity is. I don't know who their leader is. It's kind of been a mess. I think we can all agree on that. And so right now, they're trying to get their bearings, and I actually think they've chosen an important issue to fight on, which is ensuring that you protect Medicaid funds on behalf of Americans who live below the poverty line and need that help in order to ensure they have healthcare coverage. I think that is an important and noble fight to engage in. Now, it's interesting though, because Mika Brzezinski doesn't like the fact that Scarborough and others, myself included, have felt that the Democrats haven't fought hard enough, right? And I'm not just saying fight for the hell of it, right? I'm talking about fight in a strategic way that actually secures policies that benefit the American people. That's what I'm specifically referring to. And so Scarborough steps in, but before you give him too much credit, get a load of who he cites as like the pinnacles of brave Democratic leadership.
What exactly are the Democrats supposed to do?
You keep repeating. They're supposed to fight back.
Yes.
They're supposed to know. They're
and
supposed to do
well? Like what exactly?
No. Bill Clinton just completely abused and used Republicans in every government shutdown. I know, I was there. He was smart enough politically to do it. Barack Obama knew how to always get the best of Republicans, all right? We're not blaming Democrats for Republicans' lies. We're saying the Democrats at some point have to figure out how to answer those lies. And that's not whining. The whining comes from Democratic leaders that still don't have an answer to Republican lies 10 years into Donald Trump's terms.
Clinton was the president who oversaw and greenlit what was referred to as welfare reform, which was a huge objective of the Republican Party. I don't know, when I think of Bill Clinton, I don't really think of someone who was a real fighter, someone who took the Republican Party to task. But let's put that aside, because there was something else that you might have missed from what Joe Scarborough said there. Because he had said that, well, Barack Obama knew how to always get the best of Republicans. Did he? Did he really? Because if I remember correctly, Obama failed the American people after the 2008 economic collapse to the point where he paved the way for a faux populist like Donald Trump to come into office, to easily win the 2016 election. Now, look, it was a close election, but at the end of the day, someone like Donald Trump was considered a complete no-go. There's no way the American people would vote this guy into office. I didn't see it coming. And he did end up getting voted in 2016, specifically because he ran, in my opinion, now in retrospect, a smart campaign where he spoke to the issues, the financial frustrations and economic concerns that Americans had. Now, obviously, he then came into office and enriched himself and enriched his wealthy donors, just like any other politician who gets elected into the White House would do. So there was that. But to say that Obama was like this brave warrior who aggressively fought back Republicans is insane and laughable to me. So I want to just kind of remind you about a few things. But before I do, just one more video, one more clip. Let's watch.
Get all your smart people around the table, figure out what your strategy is, make it so simple you can put it on a bumper sticker and shove it down your opponent's throats for the next month. Democrats don't know how to do this anymore. Bill Clinton knew how to do it. Barack Obama knew how to do it.
Let's talk about how Barack Obama knew how to do it, okay? So let's take a journey all the way back to 2011, when there was this big debate between Democrats and Republicans on something known as the grand bargain, right? So Obama was definitely the leader of promoting and attempting to push through this so-called grand bargain. The grand bargain was Obama's attempt to compromise, not fight back against, but to compromise with the Republicans. This is during the budget debates in Congress. So the goal was to reduce the national debt, which of course Republicans always pretend like they care about, but once they're in charge, they always add to our national debt. Let's not forget about that. Obama seemed genuine in wanting to do something about the national debt. And so as a result of that, and in the middle of this budget debate and fight in Congress, he was willing to compromise, but compromise, honestly, some of the most important benefits and entitlements for the American people. Social Security is one of them. So Basically, again, the goal was to reduce the national debt and avoid automatic spending cuts across the government known as sequestration. So President Barack Obama decided to advocate for historic cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid in exchange for a tax hike, get a load of this, of roughly $100 billion per year over 10 years. So he was willing to cut one of the most important benefits for elderly people in this country, Social Security, in return for, in my opinion, when you think about the numbers we're dealing with today, a measly $100 billion per year in tax increases over a decade. That was a really bad idea. Luckily, it didn't work. So the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid that were proposed by Obama would have totaled $320 billion. And he argued for reducing Social Security benefits by recalculating the way cost of living adjustments are made. They're cuts to Social Security. At the end of the day, I mean, it is a wonder like that Ben Shapiro of all people despised Obama when this is the kind of stuff that Ben Shapiro was totally in favor of. But let me continue. He also proposed some deductions, tax deductions for big business. Does that sound like fighting back against the Republicans? No, not to me, not at all. One of the main figures leading the charge against the grand bargain was none other than Senator Bernie Sanders, because he's always been consistent in wanting to fight back on behalf of ordinary working class Americans. So you gotta love him for that. On the other side though, the Tea Party fought the deal because they didn't feel that there were enough cuts to these programs that Americans pay into. And because of that pressure, Republican House Speaker at the time, that was John Boehner, rejected the deal. So John Boehner, who then, by the way, retired from politics and proceeded to work in the cannabis industry, he ended up saving us, even though I don't agree with his politics at all. And so luckily the grand bargain didn't work, and Obama, the guy who wanted to hand Republicans historic cuts to Social Security and Medicaid, according to Joe Scarborough, knew how to always get the best of Republicans? Is he high? But then I remember that Joe Scarborough is a former Republican who very likely falls in the camp of neoliberalism and hates these entitlement programs which Americans pay into and are entitled to. But look, the terrible takes from the Morning Joe panel didn't end there, because panelist Mike Barnicle came in and he actually agreed with Joe Scarborough that the Democrats need to do a better job of fighting hard. And he has someone in mind to take up that mantle.
It's who's delivering the punch 'em out message. Hakeem Jeffries is a wonderful guy. Chuck Schumer's a nice guy. They're not getting it done. I saw a guy over the weekend who is getting it done, who knows how to get it done, in a forum of the future of the Democratic Party, basically saying what's wrong with the Democrats. And this guy stood up, his name is Rahm Emanuel, and he had everyone who was listening to him on the edge of their chair saying, yeah.
Yeah, Rahm knows how to do this.
Yeah, well, there's one, good, good.
If you're wondering how out of touch are the liberals on MSNBC, let me give you a little taste. Let's take a look at this next graphic, which shows that, oh wow, Rahm Emanuel's popularity rating is a whopping 19%. He was a disaster in the Obama administration, first term of course, where he called progressives effing R-word. And he was disastrous as the mayor of Chicago. That's the guy that you're going to put on a pedestal as a guy who could really get it done for the Democrats? Man, talk about not understanding the moment we're in at all. So there are no winners in this story, unfortunately. It is what it is. We got to take a break. When we come back, we've got a lot more to get to, including a pretty devastating story out of Manchester, England. We'll also talk about the latest updates to the ceasefire deal that President Trump brokered between the United States and Israel, to be quite frank. And unfortunately, we don't have some good updates on that. Well, we do have information, but the updates are not good. So that and more coming up, don't miss it. lot of great comments here. Let's start with Moonshine Dragon in our members section, who makes an accurate point that I want to elaborate on a little more. Even if you're not on Medicaid, this bill will affect you. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, doctors and nurses will lose their jobs, and staff will be fired. It's not just the people on Medicaid who will suffer. You're right about that. So the whole debate about the rural hospitals or rural clinics shutting down really has to do with the fact that the way the provision in the big beautiful bill was written is that it would cap taxes for healthcare providers, and those were that was the revenue from the taxes that states were using to help fund these hospitals. So you're absolutely right about how this bill has a negative impact on the healthcare for Americans across the board. And keep in mind, this is also happening at a time when you have private equity buying up hospitals and essentially only focusing on profits over providing adequate care for Americans. So this is not a good situation at all. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like Democrats have taken up a fight on an issue that is worthy of taking up a fight on. Will they ultimately be successful? I don't know. Right now, preliminary polling indicates that most Americans are blaming the Republican Party for the government shutdown as opposed to Democrats. It's early, so we'll see how this plays out. But I'm very curious to see how this ends. It's really up to Democrats and whether or not they're strategic about this fight. We'll wait and see what happens. All right, let's go to, let's see, over 9,000, enter the dragon, who says Obama decided to be establishment instead of making a difference. He definitely looked out for his corporate donors. There's no question about that. I mean, Citibank was one of his major corporate donors coming into his first term, and that was disastrous because I think that motivated the way he responded to the 2008 economic collapse, and that led to a lot of resentment and anger among the American electorate. That paved the way for Donald Trump. And it's important to understand that if Democrats want to avoid making the same mistakes moving forward. Let's go over to our Twitch subs. Green New Dealer Dragon says the corrupt corporate Dems call themselves the blue dog. They don't call themselves the blue dog bitches, they call themselves the blue dog Democrats for a reason. All right, everyone, welcome back to the show. Anna Kasparian with you. I'm just gonna read one quick comment from our super chats and then we'll move on to the rest of the show. Crusader of Cuddles says Ted Cruz versus Zohran Mamdani. We're gonna cover that on the show later today, so definitely stick around for that. Is the my dad could beat up your dad of politics socialism? Screams the man who fled Texas for Cancun while his constituents froze. Zohran's like, bro, just fix the rent, and Ted's out here writing manifestos in crayon. We're gonna get to that story, but thank you for writing in and thank you for the generous super chat. All right, we move on to a horrific story out of Manchester, and I'm gonna spend some time on this, so let's get to the details.
Everybody else, get back! If you're not involved, move back! Get away! Somebody stay with integrity! Everybody else, you have to fall!
Hate has real consequences, not just here in the United States, but globally. And tragically, 2 people have been killed and 4 others seriously injured in what authorities say was a terrorist attack on a synagogue in the northern English city of Manchester. Now, the perpetrator, who was fatally shot by police after the attack, had rammed a car into a crowd of people, he was directing the car specifically at a group of people, obviously to cause harm, and then proceeded to stab people at the Heaton Park Hebrew Synagogue as worshipers observed Yom Kippur, which is considered the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. It also tends to be the day when synagogue attendance is at its highest, which is absolutely horrific. Now, authorities say that worshipers heroically prevented this suspect from gaining access into the synagogue, where more people could have ended up getting stabbed and killed. And this isn't the first time a terror attack happened in Manchester. In fact, back in 2017, if you guys can all recall, there was an attack. It was the deadliest attack in recent years when a suicide bomber targeted an Ariana Grande concert, killing 22 people. So just absolutely horrific. And as mentioned earlier, the suspect had been shot and killed by authorities, and the entire attack from beginning to when the suspect was shot and killed lasted about 10 minutes, and it was around 9 a.m. this morning. So authorities say that he was shot within 7 minutes of the attack. Now here are some more details, and the details are gruesome, so I want to give you a warning ahead of time. A video uploaded to social media, which was verified by NBC News, shows a man lying on the ground outside the synagogue while 2 officers point their guns at him. When the man tries to get up, an officer fires a single round. But it took a while for authorities to confirm that the suspected perpetrator had actually died because he was wearing a vest that gave the appearance of an explosive device. So here's a still image from the New York Post. You might have seen this image. It's been floating around the internet ever since this story broke. It shows the suspect and the vest/device that he was wearing prior to him getting shot and killed by the authorities. So a bomb disposal technician was called to secure the situation after the suspect was shot. So here's some more detail about the suspect, and I want to give you guys a warning that this story is still developing. For instance, I looked to see if the authorities had identified the 2 victims who died as a result of this terrorist attack, and we don't have details on them, at least not from any reporting that I trust at the moment. But here's what we know about the suspect so far. So authorities have identified the suspect as 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. His name is, or was, and I kid you not, Jihad al-Shami. The investigation is ongoing. According to NBC News, London's Metropolitan Police has taken over the investigation, which was initiated by the Greater Manchester Police, GMP. The London Metro Police is responsible for dealing with all counterterrorism investigations throughout the United Kingdom, which is why they have taken over the investigation. So this is being treated as a terror attack, although authorities are not specifying what the motive is. This investigation is ongoing. And there have been some arrests made in addition to the alleged suspect being shot and killed. I want to give you some more details on that, according to the BBC.
Important to say, there've been a couple of arrests, haven't there? We don't know much about those or what the details of those arrests were.
No, 2 arrests made at an address not far from here, and they were made, I would say, about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we knew that they were ongoing. It wasn't clear whether or not they were linked to what happened, but it seems that they were, with the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police confirming that there have been 2 arrests. We did hear a number of controlled explosions here early this afternoon. We understand that was to do with getting into the vehicle that the assailant was driving at the time, because remember, this was an attack that involved a stabbing and a car being driven at a number of people. They were obviously having trouble getting into it safely, so they used the bomb disposals facilities to actually get into that car safely, to get the locks blown off by the sounds of it, and we've heard 3 explosions throughout the afternoon.
So again, those explosions were not the result of some terrorist attack. Those explosions were carried out by the authorities in their attempts to essentially search the vehicle that this perpetrator had, to see if there's any bombs, any other weapons in the vehicle. That's at least according to what authorities have initially said. Now, after that broadcast, which I just showed you video of, 1 more person was arrested, bringing the total number of individuals detained as possible suspects involved in this terrorist attack to 3. So 2 of them are men in their 30s and 1 is a woman in her 60s. They were taken into custody under suspicion of acts of terrorism. Now I want to just say, it's suspicion of acts of terrorism. They haven't been found guilty of anything. We don't even know the identities of these 3 individuals who have been arrested, but I just wanted to give you that background because there could potentially be more people involved outside of the suspect who was shot and killed by authorities. Now look, the fact of the matter is, hate crimes are absolutely on the rise. Some people I see minimizing the hate crimes that have been directed at innocent Jewish people across the globe, and you shouldn't do that because it is a reality and there's data to back that up. So police data suggests that anti-Semitic hate crimes are in fact on the rise in England and Wales. Police recorded 3,282 of these offenses in the year ending March 2024, up from 1,543 hate crimes. So that's hate crimes in total. They're not just hate crimes directed at Jewish people. However, of those hate crimes, offenses against Jewish people made up a third of all religious hate crimes recorded by police. And look, in terms of volume, in terms of sheer numbers, there is a higher number of hate crimes committed against Muslims in the UK. However, and that's because of the higher number of Muslims living in the UK. However, in regard to the rate of hate crimes that are committed, it appears that Jewish people have been targeted at a higher rate. And so the Home Office says that religious hate crimes against both Jewish people and Muslims has risen since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas conflict. And that brings me to the root of this issue. When you see what's happening on the ground, not just in Gaza, but the West Bank and what's been going down in the Middle East, there are ripple effects to that. And the ripple effects are devastating because the people who suffer are innocent people who should not fear going to their place of worship. Two innocent people who have absolutely nothing to do with what's happening in the Middle East lost their lives today in a disgusting and tragic way, and 4 others were critically injured. This doesn't solve anything. All it does is spread more hatred, more fear, and all it does is claim the lives of more innocent people. To me, a life is precious regardless of their identity, whether they're Palestinians or whether they're Jewish people. Period, end of story. For me, what happened to these 2 individuals, the fact that their lives were robbed from them is a gross injustice. And I have no problem speaking out against it. The thing that I do have a problem with, honestly, is that while it is a good thing that internationally this type of violence is condemned, the loss of innocent lives is condemned. I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is the same emotions are never conveyed when it comes to innocent Palestinians losing their lives, whether it's in the West Bank or Gaza. And I find that to be a gross injustice as well. But anyone who thinks directing hatred, discrimination, or violence against any innocent person, whether they are a Muslim Palestinian or a Jewish person, I am not in favor of them at all. Because for me, both sides, the civilians in both sides should be protected. Their lives are precious. The lives of Jewish people across the globe are precious. And I feel the same way about Palestinian civilians as well. So as this story develops, obviously we'll give you more details. I wanna know more about the victims here. But please, for anyone in the audience who's listening and takes what I have to say seriously, and I hope you do not allow what is currently being carried out in the Gaza Strip to convince you that hatred is the solution. Because all it does is make the problem worse. This doesn't solve anything, it doesn't help anyone. All it does is rob the lives of innocent people. And on top of that, by the way, it instills fear in the hearts of Jewish people who should feel comfortable and safe practicing their religion and going to whatever synagogue they want to go to. Anyway, just absolutely devastating story. Now, unfortunately, for those who were hopeful that a ceasefire would actually be implemented in Gaza, it looks like that's not going to be the case, and I want to tell you why.
And we should remember that Israel will remain in control over Gaza. They changed what they had actually briefed the leaders and then unilaterally announced something different.
Everyone kept saying you have to accept Hamas's terms to withdraw everyone. The IDF needs to withdraw and Hamas can recover and also rehabilitate the strip. No way, that's not happening.
Well, we now have some clarity on what I personally consider a dirty trick that's being played by the Trump administration and the Israeli government when it comes to a possible peace deal or ceasefire to end the slaughter in Gaza. Now, I wanted desperately for the terms of a ceasefire to be accepted by both parties, for the killing to stop, for just an end to all this mindless, terrible violence. But we now have clarity from people who are in the know about what's actually going on here. So look, before we get to the details, I just want to draw your attention to a post on X that leads people who are actually informed on this issue to ask themselves a question. Is he lying or just stupid? So I bring you Noah Smith, who I think is like a writer on Substack or something, but for whatever reason, he shows up on my X feed all the time. So he writes, it's kind of grim watching the whole global pro-Palestine movement scream for war to continue. Now, I'm obviously wanting this war to end. And I personally haven't seen pro-Palestine people calling for the slaughter to continue. And so when he was asked, are pro-Palestinian people really calling for the genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid to continue, though? Israel can stop anytime they choose, you know. And he just responds, they are calling for all that, yeah. Okay, well, Noah Smith, just as I go through the details of the story, ask yourself, and then we can decide in the end, is he lying or is he just stupid? So with that in mind, I want to get to why Noah Smith and anyone who thought that this peace deal was real actually happens to be wrong. It was not negotiated in good faith. And the person who's going to give us the information on this is Jeffrey Sachs. He is a public policy analyst. He has negotiated peace deals. He's an incredibly informed guy. I highly recommend you listen to all the content that he's involved in because I've learned a lot from him myself, including what the reality is of this peace deal. Let's take a look.
The administration, President Trump, briefed Arab leaders at the end of last week on this plan. They said, well, there are a number of things that are good with this. And then Trump met with Netanyahu and Ron Dermer, who is one of these forces of right-wing extremism in Israel, and he's an American-born advisor to Netanyahu, who was Israel's ambassador to the United States for a long time. He knows how to pull strings of American politicians, wherever those strings and however they arise, and they changed the plan as they met and basically rewrote key parts of what Trump had told the Arabs to say, oh yes, and we should remember that Israel will remain in control over Gaza. They changed what they had actually briefed the leaders and then unilaterally announced something different. And this is just now being disclosed in recent hours. This is so typical.
So when Noah Smith says that pro-Palestinian activists want the killing to continue, he's specifically referring to pro-Palestinian activists who saw right through this supposed peace deal. Now, I needed to know what the actual details were, and our media does a terrible job in helping us decipher, okay, what is the actual agreement here? But that clarity that we just got from Jeffrey Sachs is so important because I almost got fooled by this. Because when I saw that Arab leaders were like, you know what, this is an acceptable deal. Hamas should totally accept it. I was like, maybe, but there's something off. Because there's no way in hell Benjamin Netanyahu, of all people, would ever agree to a deal that would call for the removal of IDF soldiers from the Gaza Strip. There's no way. So like something wasn't making sense, and now we know what it is. So just to reiterate what we heard from Jeffrey Sachs, they essentially changed the peace deal after meeting with a guy named Ron Dermer in Israel. We'll get to him in just a minute. And they did so after getting the support of Arab leaders. Now, why did they do that? Well, this allows for Israel to say, look, this is a great peace deal because the Arab leaders accepted it, but they accepted the initial peace deal, at least the terms of the initial peace deal, before it was revised following Trump's negotiation or meeting with a guy named Ron Dermer in Israel. So when Trump meets with Dermer and changes the terms in a way that overwhelmingly benefits Israel and essentially crushes the possibility of a Palestinian state, well, obviously Hamas is going to deny that. They're gonna say, we're not gonna, no, we want a two-state solution. We're not going to be okay with IDF soldiers occupying the Gaza Strip. When they reject the revised deal, at that point, Israel and the United States can basically point to that as the excuse for annihilating the Gaza Strip. Well, Hamas didn't accept the peace deal. No, they didn't accept the revised version that isn't being advertised right now by US corporate media. So I just think that's a really interesting detail that's missing from a lot of the reporting in the US. Now, who's Ron Dermer? You got a little taste of who he is based on the description you heard from Sachs, but he actually is the person who worked on Netanyahu's 2008 campaign for prime minister. And that was a successful campaign, by the way. So the following year in 2009, he was named Netanyahu's senior advisor, okay? And then the Jerusalem Post even said that Dermer, quote, runs much of the interference with the White House and is intimately involved in the diplomatic process with the Palestinians, if you want to call that diplomacy, and writes many of Netanyahu's speeches. Now remember, Netanyahu is in the Likud party, and the Likud party's founding charter indicated that the goal, the objective of the Likud party is to pursue the Greater Israel Project, which means no Palestinian state. No Palestinian state in Gaza, no Palestinian control in the West Bank. In 2011, Allison Hoffman over at Tablet magazine said that Dermer is Bibi's brain, quoting a longtime observer of Israeli politics as saying, if you look at Ron, you see Bibi. So that's the guy that advised Donald Trump on how to revise the peace deal in a very stealth way. It's very stealthy, right? Because we don't see a lot of reporting on this. But Jeffrey Sachs is involved. He goes to UN meetings, he listens, he engages. This is his wheelhouse. So he's way more informed on this than most people really are, to be honest. So that's what's going on with the peace deal. What was advertised early this week is not what the actual peace deal that Hamas is currently reviewing says. So how was the original peace deal, which Arab leaders agreed to, revised? What changed? Well, you're gonna get a little taste of that in this next clip.
The way that this agreement is written is that Israel keeps its security control over Gaza. In other words, Gaza remains under Israel's dominance, which is Netanyahu's whole point.
Here's Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking in Hebrew immediately upon his return from Washington to Tel Aviv.
Everyone kept saying you have to accept Hamas's terms to withdraw everyone. The IDF needs to withdraw and Hamas can recover and also rehabilitate the strip. No way, that's not happening. On the contrary. And President Trump added that if Hamas refuses, he will give Israel full backing to complete the military operation to eliminate it.
So make no mistake about it. This is all a way of setting up Hamas to reject a deal which does not in any way move toward Palestinian statehood, and in fact would allow for the IDF to continue occupying both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. They're gonna reject it, and when they do reject that, they're going to be used as the excuse, or that rejection is going to be used as an excuse to annihilate the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. That's what this is, it's a setup. And it's just so utterly gross and honestly reminiscent of what's been happening in other peace deals, even the Oslo Accords. All this stuff that's been going down for the last several decades, the negotiations and the deals and the terms of these deals are never in good faith. And the way that the history books are written makes it appear as though, oh, the Palestinians are the bad guys. They're the ones who reject everything. But what have they actually been offered, historically speaking? And that brings us back to Noah Smith, because I am curious. Is he just ignorant of this? Or is he stupid? Or is he a liar? I don't know. But to say that people who are concerned about the well-being of innocent civilians in Gaza want more slaughter is so disgusting and so bad faith. Maybe stick to writing your economic articles over at Substack. If you don't understand what's actually going down here, then maybe don't opine about it. But if you're gonna opine about it, and you're gonna keep spreading these just like misleading, honestly defamatory statements about people, well then it's gonna be clear to me that you're just lying and spreading propaganda on behalf of a government that's currently carrying out what genocide scholars and the UN have referred to as a genocide. And I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the gaslighting. I can't take it anymore. All right, we gotta take a break. When we come back, one more story for you. Don't miss it. I gotta read this comment because there is some truth to it, although I think Bill Clinton did implement policies that ended up being detrimental to the American people as well. I think NAFTA is a good example, free trade with China ended up kicking our ass in the long term. But nonetheless, Make It Make Sense says, I will say last time we had an economic surplus, and this is absolutely true, was under Clinton. I always thought he was our last overall good president. So look, we might have like minor points of disagreement here, but on the main point that you're making, you're right. Isn't it interesting that Social Security wasn't bankrupting us during the Clinton administration? Isn't it interesting that our national debt skyrocketed after Clinton left office, Bush gets voted in, 9/11 happens, and then we engage in endless wars in the Middle East? Maybe that's what's bankrupting the country, maybe. Just consider it. Anyway, I love your comment. Thank you for writing in. Let's move over to our members. We've got Bonnie who says, help the algo, which is something I said early in the show. She's so cute, thank you. Allison says, cool hair today, Anna, thank you. Buck says, I don't want them to fight against the GOP, I want them to fight for us. You know what, that's actually really good framing. It would be great if we had a system in which both parties were willing to take a seat at the table and negotiate, because they come from two different schools of thought. I respect that, that's fine. But instead of fighting each other for the sake of fighting each other, how about working together to do what's right and what's in the best interests of the American people? That would be wonderful, but unfortunately we don't live in that world. Let's go to Faye, who says both sides are one big uniparty. They fight on the world stage, but behind closed doors, they pay each other off and scratch each other's back. Stay independent. I mean, Faye, you know that you're speaking to my heart right now. And I think that's one of the biggest problems, that we have this illusion of choice. when it comes to some of the big issues that really do affect our day-to-day lives, to be honest with you. We've got Mark Francis 076 who says brave Democrats is something I've never seen in the last 15 years. I totally agree with you on that. Rebecca says, I remember 2009, I remember this too. People here were tearing apart their foreclosed on homes, selling everything, light fixtures, appliances, bathroom fixtures, everything. Yeah, it was the response to the economic collapse by the Obama administration, I think got us to where we are today. And it's been devastating. So I wish the Democratic Party learned some lessons from that. I think some have, but for the most part, most haven't. So let's get back to the show. Brenda Jones writes in our members section and makes a point that is, in my opinion, irrefutable. If you want to know what everyone has been up to, Jeffrey Sachs is the man to listen to. I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, that guy is just a wealth of knowledge when it comes to geopolitics. So something to consider if you're looking to brush up on what's happening, not just in Gaza, but around the world as it pertains to US foreign policy. All right. One more first hour story before we bring Cenk in. Let's get to it.
During the 12-day war, such as it was with Iran, the US and Israel versus Iran, bombing on all sides, there are a bunch of Israeli Defense Force officers in the Pentagon that week. And during that week, ask anyone who works at the Pentagon, they enraged American Pentagon staff by just barging into meetings, giving orders, making demands, and nobody did anything about it.
Well, that's not good. In fact, Tucker Carlson engaged in a lengthy monologue about the toxicity of this US-Israel alliance. And that was just one example that he pointed to in regard to that toxicity. And as you just heard him explain, Israeli soldiers were apparently bossing American officials around in the Pentagon during the 12-day war in Iran. And that is humiliating for the United States. We shouldn't be taking orders from officials from any other foreign government either. But we have that special relationship with Israel, so this just kind of goes on and it's unchecked. And I think it's unacceptable, so does Tucker Carlson. It's one of the things that we agree with each other on. So as a result, Carlson has suggested that President Donald Trump is rapidly losing patience with Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government, which I find dubious to say the least. And I can explain why in a moment. But recently, Trump did declare that he would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank, which Carlson believes was his response to Netanyahu's claims that he controls the United States government. Take a look.
I think the good news is that the government of Israel, in particular, the prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has pushed it too far. And he did that in part by running around telling people what he thought was true, apparently. I control Donald Trump. I control the United States Congress. I control the United States. He said that to political allies and opponents in his country. He said it to foreign heads of state. Fact. I control these people. Don't you worry. And by the way, if you kick me out of office, the next guy probably won't have the level of control that I have. He's made that case. That was too much for our president. And so in one of the great moments, it was just, it was a cool shower on a hot day. President Trump pushed back, not directly, but you can watch this clip and see that he's had enough.
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it.
Now look, for me, talk is cheap, and I see President Donald Trump as the kayfabe president. If you don't know what kayfabe is, look into it. It's a wrestling term. It's theater. He will say things publicly, but do something entirely different in his actions, right? So it remains to be seen whether Trump is actually going to push back against the Israeli government when it comes to the annexation of the West Bank, because let's not forget, he collected a cool $100 million from Miriam Adelson in order to step back and allow Israel to annex the West Bank. So I'm not just going to take his word for it. I'm gonna wait and see if Trump is actually going to walk the walk or if he's just engaging in more of the kayfabe theater that we typically expect from this administration. But nonetheless, Carlson's monologue, which was titled 4 Ways to Fix America's Deeply Destructive and Humiliating Relationship with Israel, makes some interesting suggestions, most of which I actually agree with. Now, his first suggestion was for Americans to recognize how Israel's pretty insignificant when it comes to the United States and its own geopolitical goals. Take a look.
The United States is a nation of 350 million people. It has some of the deepest natural resources in the world. That would include energy and water, agricultural products. The United States, however it's managed, is a powerhouse globally and always will be because its strength is inherent. It's a huge, decisive country. Israel is not an insult, merely an observation. By contrast, is a tiny and inherently insignificant country, at least geopolitically, in that it has only 9 million people and no natural resources, no meaningful natural resources. So it is insignificant. It is also physically tiny. It's about the size of New Jersey, famously, but it has a much smaller GDP than New Jersey.
Come on, that's a little bit unfair. I hear Israel's actually huge when it comes to the diamond trade. You should look into that, by the way, and see how exactly they are so big in the diamond trade. But nonetheless, obviously I'm being facetious in what I'm saying here. But nonetheless, look, it's a harsh way of putting it, but it's actually true. In terms of the natural resources, the influence over the globe, the importance geopolitically, calling Israel insignificant is gonna piss a lot of people off. I get it, I totally get it, but he's not wrong. And so as a result, he suggests that the United States stop taking orders from Israel. Take a look at that.
The true villain here, I would argue, is not the state of Israel, the Jews. It's the United States. It's our leaders who are putting up with this. Israel is a small country with very limited resources, and it is doing its best to serve its own interests. You'd think every country would act that way, and most do. But there are some that don't, and ours would top that list. You can't be shamed into ignoring things that are quite clearly not the behavior of a subordinate ally to a big brother ally. For example, spying on the country that makes your economy and your defense possible, which the Israelis have been doing for generations. That's a fact.
That is a fact. In fact, hundreds of Israeli spies were arrested and detained following the horrific terrorist attack on September 11th, 2001. They were spying on in the United States, on domestic soil. If that is our ally, how do you justify the spying that's taking place? And by the way, the United States spies on Israel as well. I'm not stupid, I know that that's true. That sounds like a pretty toxic relationship. And look, the point that Tucker Carlson's making here is true. How exactly does it benefit American citizens to, for instance, spend $30 billion on Israel's annihilation of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip? How does that benefit us, especially at a time when we just had Medicaid funds slashed to the tune of $1 trillion over the next decade? What are we paying our taxes for? And why are we borrowing money at a time when we have an insane amount of federal debt to pay for Israel's weaponry as they carry out atrocities and war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank? How does this make any sense? He's right. If you take your emotions out of it and just look at the facts, this is not beneficial for the American people at all. So let's talk about some of the specific things that Carlson thinks need to change in order to repair this toxic alliance and relationship we have with Israel. He talks about the issue of dual citizenship. I I differ from him on this a little bit. So let's watch what he has to say and I'll explain what I mean.
The third thing I think that would be very helpful to restore health and balance to the relationship between the United States and Israel is restore the concept of citizenship in the United States. If you're an American citizen, it means something. The first thing it means is equality. You are equal to every other citizen. There's no hierarchy of citizenship. All citizens are equal. Each gets one vote. Each gets justice before the law. That's the promise of the United States, and each gets to say exactly what he thinks, period. Restore the value of citizenship. And the very first thing you would do if you cared about that, and you should, because the country can't continue without it, after you expelled everyone who's not a citizen from the country, which should happen immediately. They should be deported immediately for our own survival. But after doing that, the first thing you would do is not allow dual citizenship. And moreover, you are not allowed to serve in a foreign military without losing your American citizenship. You're fighting for another country? How can that be allowed? How can you retain your citizenship? By the way, why aren't you serving in our military? And AIPAC has to register under FARE, the Foreign Agent Registration Act of the 1930s. Of course, it's a foreign lobby. There are a million of them. But it's only AIPAC that doesn't register.
I agree with him when it comes to AIPAC entirely. I'm not even gonna dive into that at all because I'm totally aligned with Tucker Carlson on that issue. I do want to talk about deporting all people who are here without documented status, right? Look, I just see that as extreme, and I'm not opposed to deporting some folks, but I also want to implement a process so people have a pathway to citizenship. Because I don't think an undocumented person who's been in the country for many years and has been working and contributing to American society should be treated the same as someone who, came into the country illegally or overstayed their visa and they've been here for a few months or a few years. I just think there's some nuance in that issue that's kind of being thrown out the window. However, his argument about the value of being an American citizen is important to just weigh in on here. I agree with him. I think that American citizenship is devalued to some extent. I do find it incredibly problematic that we do not have any laws right now preventing dual citizens from serving in Congress or in government roles. So when I say dual citizen, I'm not just talking about individuals who have American citizenship and Israeli citizenship or Israel citizenship. I'm talking about anyone who is serving in the federal government, anyone who's a public servant, period, having dual citizenship because it's a conflict of interest. It's not that difficult. So for me, that would be the priority. If you're an ordinary private American and you have dual citizenship, I actually think he's making a pretty strong argument here. But I'm willing to look the other way when it comes to ordinary private Americans having dual citizenship. But when it comes to public servants, that's an entirely different question, entirely. You can't have that conflict of interest. And by the way, I also agree. If you are willing to serve in a foreign government's military, but unwilling to serve in our own military, it's a little sus, little sus. So I also agree with him on that. You either have a stake in the game or not. You either want to improve this country, fight for this country, protect this country, or not. You can't have that type of conflict of interest playing a role in how you behave. If you're willing to go fight in a foreign government's military, but not our own, I just find that so strange. So I think he makes a strong case there as well. And finally, look, he wants to kind of clear the record on Christianity, and he wants Christians to get their theology right, as he puts it. So I want to go to the last video and then we'll end here.
And the last thing that I think we need to do to restore balance between the relationship between the United States and Israel and to restore some sanity to the public conversation on this topic is to get our theology right. And this is not a message aimed at Israelis or Jews. This is a message aimed at Christians who are the largest group of Israel supporters in the United States. And their view of Israel is colored not just by sentimental attachment, which is fine, or trips to Israel, great, no problem, but by a Christian heresy, the oldest of the Christian heresies, which is that God somehow prefers some people based on their DNA. And of course, the whole point of Christianity is that that is no longer true, that there is no chosen people. The chosen people are people who choose Jesus. That is the Christian message right there. It's not an anti-Semitic message, by the way.
So look, there's obviously a huge disagreement when it comes to evangelicals who are Christian Zionists versus, the type of Christians that I grew up with who didn't believe in what Christian Zionists believe and didn't believe in this weird apocalyptic outcome where there's a second coming of Christ and anyone who's Jewish and converted to Christianity will be saved. Anyone who refuses to do so will burn in eternal damnation. Like, I wasn't taught any of that stuff when I was going to Sunday school growing up. And yes, I was raised Christian. And so that storyline of evangelical Christians being utilized and exploited in a way to benefit the foreign country of Israel is something that Tucker Carlson takes issue with, and I totally agree with him on that. Now, I'm not a practicing Christian anymore, so if you are a practicing Christian, you fall in the camp of Tucker Carlson, I totally get the frustration of religion being used in a cynical way to support a foreign country, even as they engage in some of the most unchristian behavior you can imagine, including the slaughtering of innocent people in the West Bank and Gaza and Lebanon and other countries as well in the Middle East. Let's keep it real. Look, I don't have any hatred in my heart for Israelis. I don't even have hatred in my heart for Israel's government, right? I have a lot of anger over the fact that Americans are forced to support what the current Israeli government is carrying out. And they are in fact carrying out atrocities and genocide. And the fact that Americans are forced to be complicit in that is an injustice. I have a huge problem with that. So does Tucker Carlson, and I'm grateful that he's speaking out against it because I know all too well that you pay a price in speaking out against it. But if you love this country and you want what's best for Americans first and foremost, you do have to reevaluate our relationship and our alliance with Israel. Is it actually beneficial to the American people? Tucker Carlson doesn't think so, and neither do I. And this might be the first time in my career, in my adult life, where I've seen unity and strong agreement between members of the left and right. Something to consider. I just want the atrocities to stop. I want the public humiliation of the Americans to end. I want us to stop taking orders from any foreign government, period. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. I don't think that makes you a bad person. But let me know what you think. Share your comments. Because there's a group of people in this country who think having these views is just deeply hateful and anti-Semitic. I disagree. I think this has to do with the foreign government that is using our resources and their alliance with the United States government to carry out atrocities that we would not stand for if it was any other ally doing the same. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, Cenk Uygur joins us for the second hour, and we'll talk about how we're barreling toward war with Iran.
They want to make you drink Starbucks every day from now until forever.
I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken when I first got my license, like 17 years old or 17, 18, whatever it was. And I'm driving, I think, my dad's Oldsmobile. And I parked it in a place where there was two cars next to me, really tight spot, and a car behind me. I don't even know how I got in there because I'm a terrible driver. Back then I was an even worse driver. And on the roads I'm okay, but in parking spots I have terrible spatial reasoning and I'm a mess. And on my way out, I hit all three cars at once. I broke all records, okay? So I went, as I'm backing out, I went boom, oh and this side hit that car, this side hit this car, and the back hit the third car, okay? And I got stuck. I didn't know how to get out. Like, I went, okay, for this, and then I'm like, no, and then, right? And then finally I had to stop, go inside the KFC and go, A, I'm sorry, I hit a bunch of your cars. They're like, what do you mean a bunch of your cars? I'm like, I don't know.
Wow, there's a B?
Yeah. I'm like, I hit 3 cars. I don't know. So you guys got to come help me, okay? Okay, so one, my bad. Really sorry about that. Okay, number 2, can someone take my car out? Because I don't want to keep hitting your cars, and I'm incapable of taking it out of this spot.
Now, baby, move that fat, baby, move that fat. We thugged out.
Hi, I'm Brett Ehrlich with Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. This is Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. Hi, Brett Ehrlich here. According to EPA head Scott Pruitt, climate change is not happening. He cited a meme on Facebook he saw. When pressed to back up this source, he said it must be accurate because the watermark said it was made by a scientist. So, your move, Truth.
At TYT, our mission is to boldly pursue truth, challenge the establishment, and drive positive change. At a time when corporate capture of our media, our government, and our politics is nearly absolute, everyday working people need a champion to fight for them and to push back against the powerful interests that threaten our democracy itself. At TYT, we're proudly progressive and call out corruption and duplicity wherever we see it, from Republicans, Democrats, or anyone else. And unlike mainstream news media outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to Big Pharma. We only have to answer to our audience, and for nearly 2 decades, we've accomplished that by delivering honest, timely, and insightful perspectives on the day's news without fear or favor or concern for whose toes we might step on or which powerful elites we might offend. And while we're super serious about the news, we also manage to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We can do this together and serve our audience, and yes, have fun doing it.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT, TYT.
The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Tank and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think one side seems to be winning. They seem to have a bigger army. There might be a reason for that. So thank you guys. You heard it with your own eyes. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Also on Notebook in South Bay Market. And we got a lot more news for you guys today. And by the way, a really important, interesting interview coming up later in the, after the show is over, okay? So, but first, Anna.
Well, I wanted to revisit the topic of possible war with Iran because it does appear that we are barreling in that direction. So let's give you the details on that. A military buildup of US assets in the Middle East appears to indicate that the Trump administration could be gearing up for another round of war with Iran. Now, there's also the possibility that this buildup is just meant to serve as a deterrent, but let me give you the details. You can decide for yourselves. So Newsweek is reporting that a massive wave of US Air Force KC-135 Stratotankers has moved into the Middle East, marking one of the largest aerial refueling deployments in recent months. Similar large-scale military movements were observed just before the 12-day conflict involving Israel and US strikes on Iran's infrastructure and nuclear facilities. So there are flight tracking, there's flight tracking that shows that the aircraft are leaving from Atlantic bases in the US to US Central Command headquarters in Qatar. And so at the same time, you should keep in mind that tensions have been rising as a result of stalled nuclear negotiations between the United States and Iran. Now, Cenk, why did those nuclear negotiations between the United States and Iran stall?
Because Israel did not want us to have a peace treaty with Iran or take their nukes out. They wanted war. So now they will go for war and they will try to drag us into that war. And almost everyone in mainstream media and both parties will tell you that if you resist that call for war, you're an anti-Semite. Now, the rest of the story.
No, you're right. Okay, you're totally right about that. But I also want to place some blame on the Trump administration because Trump lied to the Iranians, told them that we're going to continue negotiating this nuclear deal, and then in the middle of that, proceeded to do military strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities.
Yes, and so
So why would Iran trust the United States?
No, it's actually worse than that. So Obama had made a perfectly good deal with Iran. We got all the uranium out, no threat of nukes, no threat to the region. Trump gets out of it in his first term. Then he actually wants to get to peace in the second term. We give him credit for that, right? So then Israel goes, no, we said war, shut up and do war, right? So then Trump goes, okay, all right, we'll bomb their nuclear facilities. Okay, all right, I hate it. It's a pro-war position, but he does it. Then he does something interesting. He says, all right, Israel, turn your ships around, your jets around, because no more bombing. That's it, we're done with the war, right? And we gave him a lot of credit for that. But Israel, it never lets it go. If they want war, they're gonna get war and you're gonna fight it. So now we don't have a treaty. They're back to enriching uranium because why wouldn't they? And Anna, to me, out of all of these things, they killed the peace negotiators. You might have heard that they tried to kill Hamas's negotiators in Qatar, right? They murdered Iran's peace negotiators. So who are we even going to, the Iranians are afraid to send negotiators because Israel is likely to murder them.
Exactly.
How do you get the peace if Israel murders all the peace negotiators?
Well, I believe Israel wants to basically balkanize Iran, okay? And they want to weaken Iran for their own purposes. And the only way to do that is to invade and engage in war, which, these regime change wars never end up in this utopian way that the perpetrators or the believers of regime change war believe it's going to end up. And look, just real quick, when it comes to Iran's nuclear enrichment or uranium enrichment, why were they doing that if they weren't planning on building a nuclear weapon? It was a latent nuclear deterrent. Because right now, there is one country in the Middle East that is acting in a very belligerent way. So having a latent nuclear deterrent prevents Iran from getting attacked by Israel. That was the thinking.
Yeah, so look guys, Israel really believes that if anyone else has any kind of weapons in the region, that it's a threat to them. And they think we have to neutralize that threat. It's always existential danger. We're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die. We have to hurry up and attack everyone else and bomb everyone else before we die, okay? So they think the ends justify the means. Okay, so
means justify the ends.
Means justify the ends, right? And their means are constantly war, both for themselves, but always constantly dragging us into it. They said, Iraq's the #1 enemy of Israel. At the time, Iraq was attacking Al-Qaeda, who was our #1 enemy. But we invaded Iraq anyway, because Israel wanted war, and the neocons, including Benjamin Netanyahu, who was one of the top neocons, so you must attack Iraq, and we did. So now he's saying you must attack Iran. But brother, why are you the boss of us? I didn't vote for you, nobody in this country voted for you. You are the leader of a different country. So now he's saying, well, Iran could reconstitute uranium, even though they don't have any missiles. We destroyed all their missiles that could deliver it, and even Netanyahu acknowledges that. But then they could have, many years later, they could build missiles. Many years later, they could build uranium. Many years later, they could put it together. So that's it, we have to kill them. we have to kill them, and we have to invade, and we have to bomb, because no one's even allowed to have a rock. And it's true, in Israel, if the Palestinian boy throws a rock out of frustration, or for whatever reason.
Like kill him.
Murdered on the spot, on the spot. You're not even allowed to resist them in any way, shape, or form. You must all bow. Everyone in the Middle East, no one's allowed to have any weapons other than Israel, and they're allowed to have nukes.
Right.
And they're allowed to have Iron Dome, they're allowed to have everything. And if you dare defy them at all, they will invade you, bomb you, and make America do it. So I'm tired of the deeply aggressive imperial empire in the middle of the Middle East, not only bossing everyone around and attacking everyone, but also bossing us around and saying, you have to attack Iran, otherwise all of you Americans are anti-Semites and terrorist supporters and Nazis. Enough of that crap. And thank you, brother Tucker Carlson, for saying so.
So let's talk a little bit about what these military assets are and what they would be used for. So we're talking about the buildup of KC-135s, which is in fact important in giving the United States some longevity in fighting wars. So the KC-135 has anchored America's aerial refueling mission since the late 1950s, enabling long-range power projection across the globe. Its ability to keep fighters and bombers airborne has made it indispensable for both deterrence and combat operations. Now I'm hoping, although having hope in this scenario seems ridiculous, but I'm still hoping that this military buildup is really just about a deterrent. Although when it comes to what's been going down in the Middle East, Iran has actually shown an insane amount of restraint given all of the assassinations of nuclear scientists, all of the strikes on Iran, like everything that's been happening. Every single time Iran responds in an insanely measured way that's meant to prevent anyone from really getting hurt, whether it's on US military bases or in Israel as well. And they don't want war. They don't want war. It's so obvious. But nonetheless, we seem to be barreling toward that. So Iran has responded by signaling their deterrence. They won't start a war, they say, but they do intend to defend themselves if they are dealt with more strikes by the Israelis or the US. Jafar Asadi, deputy for inspection, said that Tehran would extend the range of its missiles to wherever necessary and stressed the country would respond decisively if attacked, dismissing US and European calls to limit the missile program. And by the way, let me just remind you all that according to Benjamin Netanyahu himself, Israel is currently engaged in a 7-front war. So I don't see how engaging in another war with Iran, which has far superior military capability compared to the other countries that Israel is targeting, is going to bode well for Israel or the United States.
Look, if they want the war, just go ahead with your 9 million people, go into war.
It's crazy.
Leave us out of it. Look, I hate it. I don't want you to go to war. You're gonna murder a ton of people in Iran for no reason at all. You love to murder, that's all you ever do, but self-defense. What does that bombing Tehran have to do with self-defense? What is bombing Doha and Yemen and Lebanon? All self-defense, self-defense. I know, like the lunatics who are pro-Israel, they believe it. It's all self-defense. Every time we murder and attack and bomb, it's self-defense. No, it's not. You guys are totally and utterly blind. You're a blind giant destroying everything in your path. So now we have this issue where the Iranians obviously don't want war. Right. I mean, you know who kills peace negotiators? People who want war, right?
True, yeah.
And so I don't know why we're forced to fight it. So why don't we just tell them, you're on your own. You're on your own. Why do we owe them? Why do we owe them wars? And we've already spent $30 billion massacring Palestinians. We've already given them $300 billion, and their answer is anti-Semite. You owe me more. You owe me more war. You owe me more money. And whenever you point it out, they're like, how dare you be hateful? No, I'm sick of it. Stop robbing me. Stop promoting more wars and dragging us into them. And this is America, guys. Let's start voting. Okay, tyt.com/no-more. You know what that link is? Anyone who takes Israeli lobby money, AIPAC or otherwise, vote the bums out. Because they're literally raising their hand and go, I'll start a war, make you fight it on behalf of Israel. I'll take your money, I'll take your wallet, give me your wallet. I'm gonna give it to Israel. And then if you complain, I'm gonna say you're an anti-Semite and a Nazi, okay?
So everybody is up to here with it. So go ahead, Israel. Keep telling us how we have to fight your wars and how we're all now the majority of Americans oppose the support of Israel. So the majority of Americans are anti-Semites? Keep going. Keep telling us how we're all anti-Semites, how Americans are so terrible. You dirty, terrible anti-Semitic Americans. Shut up and go to war for us. You have to destroy Iran. You have to destroy all of our enemies. Guys, I'm trying to wake you guys up, and so is Tucker Carlson, so is Hannah, so is a lot of good people now miraculously on the right and left, and saying, yeah, no, we don't have to do anything. You are not the boss of us.
Well, Trump has not indicated that he intends to do military strikes in Iran. There is the military buildup that we just spoke about, but this week Israeli officials did tell local media outlets that they do in fact consider further strikes against Iran. And we all know that once those strikes happen, the US will get dragged into a hot war with Iran, which is a really bad idea, especially as Donald Trump and the Trump administration right now, because of Marco Rubio's obsession with regime change in Venezuela, is gearing up for war with Venezuela.
So what happened to no war? Okay, good. Look, on a political end, I should be thrilled, right? Trump and Rubio and all those guys and all the Republicans said, oh, don't worry, vote for us. We'll keep you out of war. Our stance is anti-war. And now they're betraying it left and right. Oh, let's go to war with Venezuela. Let's go to every war Israel wants, etc. And I should say, oh, great, then the Democrats will take advantage. But what difference does it make? The Democrats are gonna come in and do exactly what Israel orders them. And we're gonna go to war on behalf of Israel, whether it's the Republicans or Democrats. If you're not sick of that, you're not paying attention, okay? And so, what happened to anti-war? So look, on the one hand, I love that the right wing is waking up and saying no more of this crap. On the other hand, don't get tricked just because someone has a label, Democrat or Republican. I've been saying it to Democrats for the last 20 years. Those Democratic leaders are not on your side. They will serve the donor class, corporations and foreign governments. And now I'm telling you on the right, just because his name is Trump or they have an R next to their name or whatever you think they are, demand that they listen to you, which MAGA's pretty good at when it comes to their politicians. Demand they listen to you, otherwise get the hell out of here, man. You wanna go support Israel, you wanna go be the president of Israel, go to Israel, okay? This is America, and no other government should run us.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about Senator Ted Cruz and his insane smears against Zohran Mamdani in New York City, especially at a time when there are calls to tone down the rhetoric because of political violence. So we'll give you those details and more when we come back.
God bless you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna read these blind. Let's see how it goes. Gargoyle Dragon, this is super chat. I'm only a Dem so I can vote in my state's primary. Guys, primaries are the most important thing. It's a good enough reason to be a Democrat. So Deb Long said, I never thought I'd be grateful for Tucker Carlson's point of view. We're living in the upside down right now when Tucker is the voice of reason. Look, I didn't expect it either. I
welcome it though.
Yeah, 100%. So I know what a lot of folks think, although now less and less and less and less, right? So there's big voices before, now a little bit more muted, right? Saying, no, we don't care if he's helping us end a genocide. We don't care about the slaughter of the Palestinians. Who cares about the Palestinians? Because Tucker would ruin my brand. I want to be pure of Tucker, okay? But that now, those people are starting to look really, really foolish.
Well, not only that, you're right. They're less vocal about their protests against aligning with anyone on the right on issues where we both agree, and that's a good thing. And look, guys, we're in a weird political environment where the political labels that made sense in like 2008 honestly don't make much sense to me today.
No, of course.
Yeah.
So look, guys, what do I care if they call themselves a Republican or a Democrat, right wing or left wing? Why don't we act based on the issues?
Exactly.
Like, so if you say, okay, there's a great Democrat, left wing, super left wing, progressive person who says that you should go die for Israel and you should give them $800 billion. And the other guy says, oh, okay, that's the right winger, evil, right? But he says, stop the genocide, stop killing Palestinian kids. We shouldn't send Israel any more money for their genocides and wars. Am I supposed to like the guy who's kissing Israel's ass and cheerleading for a genocide because of the D next to his name? I don't give a goddamn what letter is next to his name. I care about the issues, and any decent moral person would care about issues and not their brand or purity or whatever. But again, guys, it's almost gone now. Almost nobody's saying that anymore. So we're past it. And so this constant fighting of left, right, rip each other's throats out while we're under corporate rule and foreign government rule. Oh man, if those days are numbered, then all of a sudden hope, right? And that's why the establishment's going nuts. No, you have to condemn Tucker. Everyone has to condemn Tucker. You're anti-Semite. You know how much I loathe that. Okay, Crusader of Cuddle says, cleaning Gaza and building Israeli cities there won't bring safety. The Middle East won't accept forced displacement, and unresolved grievances will keep tensions alive. True stability needs justice, not expansion. Nobody's gonna accept their stupid greater Israel, their deeply racist, terrorist, fascist greater Israel idea. Oh, I'm gonna take all the Arab land, then I'm gonna murder the Arabs. I am a moral army. Get the hell out of here. Okay, he continues. Comparing Palestinians incorrectly to ancient groups like the Amalekites, Esau was the twin brother of Jacob, later called Israel. Such references don't solve conflicts. They only make dialogue impossible and peace more distant. I don't care about the religion stuff at all. Except when they go, oh, Netanyahu said we're gonna treat the Palestinians like the Amalekites. And what that is in that portion of the text, they murder all the Amalekites, including all the women and children. That's the kind of genocidal maniac we're supposed to support. No.
Obrador.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, Noman, and Samina Malik. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for hitting that join button below. You could also do it at tyt.com/join. Look, we're gonna do a bonus episode that's normally would be for the members, but it's gonna be public today. And then I'm gonna interview Pastor Doug Wilson, who is a Christian nationalist. So that is going to be an intense, potentially intense interview. So that's later tonight, so stick around. Anna.
All right, let's get to our next story.
New York is run by crazy people. Mamdani, if he's elected, is a Marxist. And you are going to see people who believe in free enterprise, people who believe in property rights, people who don't want a jihadist radical who wants to defund the police, fleeing New York City.
At a time when there are calls to tone down the rhetoric and the vitriol due to increased political violence, Senator Ted Cruz has decided to refer to the leading candidate for New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani, as a jihadist, which of course he's not, obviously. Jake, I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't understand jihadists well, right? Do jihadists believe in equal rights for transgender people?
So you can't have it both ways. Exactly right, Anna.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a wild radical left guy who is in favor of gay rights, trans rights, etc. And he's a jihadist who wants to wait. That doesn't make any sense, right? So look, I'll say one thing and then I want to hear the rest of the story. We're told that if you say anything against Israel, let alone Jewish people, you're the deepest, most bigoted anti-Semite in the world. This guy willy-nilly throws out, oh, he's Muslim, I'll just call him a jihadist.
Yeah, 100%, that's right. So
I don't like the word Islamophobe. I kind of off-putting and weird, and I don't know that they're afraid of us, right? But Ted Cruz is a huge bigot. He's a piece of crap, and his job is to divide us so that we hate each other. And of course, all this is in service of Israel, because Israel wants Mamdani eliminated, so they send Ted Cruz out there, their bitch,
right,
to go attack him and call him names.
And Mamdani has said on multiple occasions that he respects and wants to honor international law. And given the fact that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is wanted for the war crimes and atrocities he has carried out, and that's according to the International Criminal Court, he would in fact arrest Netanyahu if Mamdani is mayor and Netanyahu visits New York, which, by the way, the UN General Assembly was just held in New York City. So Israel doesn't like that, as you can imagine. Now, this does raise an important question. Is Cruz speaking for himself or his donors? I think we've kind of made ourselves clear on where we land on that. But why don't we take a quick look, a little gander at the AIPAC tracker, which shows that Ted Cruz has collected nearly $2 million from the pro-Israel lobby. And that is as of January of this year. Okay, so I'm sure the cash is talking, as my dad would say.
And let me just jump in, because one day when you were out this week, we covered the story of the head of the Chamber of Commerce. I think that's what her position was, representing the business community in New York. She was on CNBC, and they asked her, "Oh, are you guys opposed to Mamdani because of the taxes and et cetera, the business interests?" And she's like, "No, it's mainly Israel."
That's amazing.
And she just says it.
Wow, that is such an admission, like just openly admitting that?
Openly admitting it. Oh, business interests. Yeah, I'm pretending to represent business interests, but I'll tell you on air, no, this is all about Israel. Same thing with TikTok. Oh, China, China, China. And then they say, oh yeah, on air. Yeah, no, it's about Israel.
He would be the mayor. He's like,
no, you know why, guys? So Anna, here's why.
That's so crazy.
So you know why? Because the mayor of New York has nothing to do with Israel, and has nothing to do with our foreign policy. So it's not like it hurts Israel's interest if the mayor of Kansas City or Topeka or New York is Muslim. It doesn't matter at all, right?
Right.
But the reason why AIPAC and Israel is so obsessed with this is twofold. Number one, he has defied Israel. Normally in an election for mayor of New York, you must bow your head to Israel. First of all, normally in almost any election in America, but certainly for New York mayor, and he didn't bow his head. And so it's driving the Israelis crazy. And it's, to be fair to them, it's also strategy. They say if he defies us and wins, then we're not invincible.
100%.
And we need all of the politicians in America to kneel before Israel. And since he didn't kneel, if he wins, that's a big problem for us.
It's a problem because it shows that the favorability toward Israel at any and all costs is not, it doesn't exist anymore, at least not to the same extent.
Exactly, and then the second problem for the Israeli lobby on Mamdani is also overwhelming. New York is one of the highest concentration of Jewish Americans, or Jews, period, anywhere in the world, right? Second most Jewish city in the world, right? And so a lot of the young Jewish voters voted for Mamdani. So now they're worried on two counts. My God, if we lose in New York, that means AIPAC can lose anywhere. Now, so that sends a clarion call to everyone. They're not invincible. They're not invincible. You can even beat them in New York with tons and tons and tons of Jewish voters. And now it comes the critical part of that. So when they call everybody anti-Semites, it's not gonna work as well if New York voted for a Muslim mayor.
Yeah, it's a great point.
And a Muslim mayor that was defying Israel, right?
So I want to make a broader point, not just about what's going down in New York City, but you have to admit that over the last at least decade, national politics has basically taken over local politics. And I think that's a problem, right? And the reason why that's a problem is because local politics and local policies, state and local policies, have a bigger impact on your day-to-day life. And so when there's pressure on political candidates on a local level to weigh in on matters that they have no control over and wouldn't have any governing decisions over, I feel like that actually hurts the constituents in these cities and these states, because there should actually be like a full accounting and a debate about what their policies are and how it would impact local communities, right?
Yeah, instead we have moderators, as they happen in those primary debates, insisting that each candidate show obedience to Israel. And when Mamdani didn't, the moderators freaked out. They asked follow-up after follow-up. They're like, are you saying you won't visit Israel? What does Israel have to do with Topeka or New York? Why does the media insist that everyone, even including politicians that have nothing to do with foreign policy, show that they are loyal and obedient to a foreign government? And we're all sick of it. It's just It's ludicrous.
Yeah.
By the way, Anna, also on the, we're talking about the jihadist thing because it's so offensive. But he's not a Marxist. There's a difference between socialist and Marxist. Please learn the words. And New York is run by crazy people. Now, if you said Texas is run by crazy people, they take your head off. Oh, you hate Republicans, etc. But they say it about New York. They say it about democratic cities all the time.
Yeah.
So, like, to your point about civility, none of this is civil.
No, none of it is civil. But look, I want to go to what Cenk had referenced earlier. I had not seen this video, so I'm very excited to see it. So what Cenk was referring to is a woman by the name of Kathy Wild. She is the president and the CEO of the Partnership for New York. And here's what she had to say in regard to Mamdani and why she's adamantly against him.
And then there's the Bibi Netanyahu stuff about, when he says, that he's going to have him arrested by the NYPD, which is, of course, completely against federal law. And I think there's a lot of people who are Jewish in this city, irrespective of your views about Israel and this and that, who say that it sends a signal that there's something, that there's a anti-Semitic view that's being espoused underneath all of this.
Yeah, and that is the single biggest issue, I think.
You think that is?
Absolutely.
That or the police?
No, I think the anti-Semitic view. New York is a city that has a long history relationship with Israel. Our investors funded the whole startup nation, the building of Israel, et cetera. I think that's a big issue.
That is insane. That is insane. First of all, the implication here that Zohran Mamdani is an anti-Semite is disgusting because there's no indication of that whatsoever. In fact, I want you to hear from his own mouth in a video that actually went viral this week, because yesterday on The View, Sarah Haynes asked Mamdani to comment on his inflammatory statements about Israel. Take a look.
Assemblyman, you're running for mayor of New York and not prime minister of Israel, but you've made inflammatory statements.
Millions of New Yorkers, myself included, care deeply about what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And so to be very, very clear, of course I condemn Hamas. Of course I've called October 7th what it was, which is a horrific war crime. And of course, my belief in a universality in international law is also the same set of beliefs that have led me to describe what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. Because what we see is a war crime being answered with war crimes. And what we see is every single hour the Israeli military killing a Palestinian child for close to 2 years. And it's a horror that many New Yorkers feel so deeply.
And recognizing that people do disagree with you.
Absolutely.
I am one of those people on some of these points.
Absolutely, and that you're disagreeing with me doesn't mean that you shouldn't be in this city or you shouldn't be celebrated and part of the city that I'm trying to lead. I want to be a mayor, not just for the people who voted for me, not just for the people who agree with me, but every New Yorker. And that means that if a New Yorker disagrees with me about Israel, I'm still fighting for them to make sure that they can afford this city, be safe in this city, and see this city as their home.
And today, in wake of a horrific terrorist attack on a synagogue in Manchester, Zohran Mamdani defended Jews in New York City again. I want to give you his statement. On the holiest day in the Jewish year, an anti-Semitic attack at a synagogue in England has taken the lives of 2 and gravely injured others. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. While this terrible violence occurred an ocean away, a very real fear casts a shadow here too. I appreciate Governor Hochul's calls to increase state police presence at synagogues. As mayor, I will do everything in my power to protect Jewish New Yorkers, as I will every faith community. The right to worship in peace is sacred. Cenk.
Yeah, so 2 things. Number 1, she says, you've said some inflammatory statements about Israel. So killing 20,000 kids, not inflammatory. Saying that they killed 20,000 kids, factually, correctly, empirically, is inflammatory. Like the people on TV, they have no idea how racist they sound. They're like, oh, you have offended some supporters of Israel by accurately calling it a genocide. The genocide, not a problem at all. We never discuss it, we never call it a genocide. None of the anchors have ever called it a genocide, none of them ever will. None of them have ever shown any compassion, not an ounce of compassion for over 65,000 dead Palestinians, right? But they say that's not a problem at all. But the mayor saying that he cares about all people equally, Israelis and Palestinians, inflammatory. okay? So now the second part's very important. So today, as Anna was pointing out, there was an attack at Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue in the UK, and 3 people were killed on Yom Kippur. It's an abomination.
Is the death toll now 3?
That's what I read. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Jeez.
so, and we'll update you guys. We'll get you, the most accurate numbers we can. But that's what I read earlier today, okay? So guys, we are for nonviolence and for peace. So if anyone that is upset, for example, by Israel's actions, takes violent actions, well, how does that help? Hate begets hate. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can. So if all you do is you hate Israelis or you hate the people on the other side, you're never gonna get to the right answer because you're on the wrong road. So if you're for nonviolence and peace globally and on a state level, you should be for nonviolence and peace at a local level and in your personal life. So if you do any act of physical violence, that is a betrayal of the peace movement.
Absolutely.
It's a betrayal of all of our principles. Because our principles isn't, unlike the other side, one side is superior to the other side. No, our principles are that we are all equal and we want to protect everyone. I would never want an Israeli harmed, and I would hope that they wouldn't want Palestinians harmed. Unfortunately, that hope has not been met. But our job is not to get people to hate or attack Israelis, let alone innocent Jews that have done absolutely nothing wrong, right? Our job is to reduce the violence, reduce the hate, and get to a place where we can live and exist peacefully together.
Totally agree. So the death toll is still at 2. I just wanted to update you guys on that. 3 others are still seriously wounded. So obviously we'll keep an eye on the story, and if there are any other developments, we'll let you know. Let's take a break. When we come back, let's talk a little bit about the 180 that people like Will Cain and Jesse Watters have done when it comes to the Epstein files. By the way, Dick Durbin, 180 with him too. Come right back.
Hey guys, it's Cenk, and since I came in the middle here, I haven't had a chance to catch up to these, so I'm gonna read some of these blind if you guys don't mind. Again, I'm gonna start with Super Chat. Crusader of Cuddles writes, "My spider sense is tingling out of control. The 3rd impeachment trial is incoming. Maybe not this year, but very soon. Both sides among citizens are getting tired and frustrated at politicians. Citizens are realizing Trump isn't serving us, it's Israel." So look, Trump's gonna make a decision. Either he's gonna back Israel's play and start wars, etc. And then if he does that, I think he'll become deeply, deeply unpopular, okay? And then you'll be right. Or he's gonna decide, no, I'm gonna risk everything to oppose Israel. And if he does, I will give him enormous credit for that. And anyone who doesn't like it, sad day for you. I will then oppose him on every other thing that I think is crazy, the martial law, the masked guys, the military in the streets. Yes, when you're a functional human being, you can do both. Make it make sense, says Cenk, you guys covering this really got me to do my own research. You keep calling Israel an empire. From what I've found, it's the size of New Jersey. Gaza the size of a US city. How do they have so much sway? It's crazy. And he says, I just want to clarify my first comments. You guys changed my mind and view. It just blew my mind because I thought it was a huge state in the Middle East. No, it says we've been saying, and now others are saying it. It's a small country, 9 million people, and how much how do they have this much sway? I mean, what's the country, Burundi or no? That's not a country. I don't know. They're nearly microscopic.
Yeah,
and
but the size doesn't matter. They're smart and strategic and incredibly influential through lobbying, obviously, and some say potentially blackmail schemes and operations. But obviously, they're influential because any other country, any other ally of the United States would not get away with doing the kinds of things that Israel has been doing in the Middle East.
Yeah, so everybody in America has been cowed by charges of anti-Semitism. So that's just a fact. And if you never worked in media, you might not know it. But in media, if you criticize Israel, you knew you were taking your career into your hands. And then there was an excellent chance you were going to be fired and smeared. and like ruined for the rest of your life. So now that taboo has begun to break. It's broken online. This mainstream media still exists, and if they watch any of our coverage, they'll immediately go, oh, anti-Semite, because they think it's unacceptable to oppose Israel. Well, it's not unacceptable, okay? And why do they have so much power? They bought 90% of Congress. So did Big Pharma, so did Big Oil. It has nothing to do with Jews or religion or anything. It's just a foreign government acting in a way that is in their own interest and kind of smart. They found out, oh, we could buy everyone because bribery is legal in America.
Yep.
And so they did. So we've been saying it all along. I mean, Anna covered it a little earlier and Tucker said it now. But we've been saying it forever. If you allow people to buy your politicians, they will. And so Israel smartly bought our politicians. Do they have blackmail? I don't know. But a lot of politicians act super weird and super aggressively Israel out of the blue for no apparent reason. And no one will ever tell us who did Epstein, who organized Epstein. So, yeah, no, I'm questioning it. And if you say it's anti-Semitic to question whether Israel has blackmail, Israel has spied on us 1 billion times. They stole our nuclear secrets. How are they still an ally? How are they still an ally? They have betrayed us over and over again. They take our information, they give it to the Soviet Union, they give it to China, and they are not remotely an ally. The only reason why it works is the intimidation and the money.
Yep.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. What's next?
What's next is just definitive proof that both sides of the political aisle are full of crap when it comes to releasing the Epstein files. They play good cop, bad cop. Cenk has made this point before. I just want to give you this prime example.
Congress leaves for a 3-week vacation in less than 24 hours, and Senator Dick Durbin still refusing to subpoena Jeffrey Epstein's flight logs. We're running out of patience. It's been 4.5 years since authorities raided the dead pedophiles' homes, and we haven't heard a peep. Who protects a dead pedophile when children are raped? Now, if Trump's the dangerous dictator shredding our Constitution like the Democrats say he is, why are they so focused on the Epstein files of all things? The White House says it's pure politics. There's nothing righteous about what Democrats are asking for. It's just another political attack.
So just to answer Jesse Watters circa 2023 in regard to who protects pedophiles, I guess people like you do, Jesse Watters, because now he's done a complete 180 when it comes to the release of the Epstein files. And we should ask why, because Democratic Senator Dick Durbin has also done a 180 when it comes to the release of the Epstein files. He previously blocked the release, now all of a sudden he's calling for the release. So look, Jesse Watters isn't alone in this. Media Matters for America claims that Will Cain has also radically switched positions on the release of the Epstein files, Cenk.
Yeah, so guys, I want you to notice the difference between right-wing hosts who are on Fox News and the hosts that are no longer on Fox News or cable news at all. Because one side has been liberated and the other side has not. And guys like Jesse Watters and Will Cain get paid a ton of money by Rupert Murdoch, who has always supported Israel. Now, I don't know why he wants to bury the Epstein files, but that is what's happening, and you're about to see it clear as you can.
So let's focus on Will Cain first, because after Ghislaine Maxwell was found guilty of sex trafficking minors on behalf of Epstein back in 2021, this is what Will Cain had to say.
It's true, as you said, Nancy, it's justice tonight that Ghislaine Maxwell sleeps uneasily behind bars. But I think everyone watching is concerned that justice stops here, which would be an injustice, because clearly she was trafficking these young women to other people, to individuals, and you would have to suspect beyond Jeffrey Epstein. The prosecution has shown very little interest. In fact, they've discouraged any names coming out in this trial, quote unquote, third parties. And so I have to wonder, with everything found in his apartment, CDs, binders, Nancy, will we get those names? Beyond whether or not they will be corroborated, will somebody ask, Nancy, will we pursue that next step in justice? It will be an injustice. if this is the end of the story and not the beginning.
Yes,
of
it
the
will.
story.
If there are other perpetrators, no matter how prestigious they may be, no matter how wealthy they may be, if they are not sought out and prosecuted, that is an injustice.
Agreed. It's an injustice. Absolutely. It was an injustice when Democrats had power, and it's an injustice now that the Epstein files are not being released and there's no transparency on the matter. However, that was a video from December of 2021. Where does Will Cain stand on this matter today now that Republicans are in charge?
This is not a real emergency. He was not asked to send in the National Guard or take over the police by the House or the Senate or the mayor or the DC Council. This looked to me like an emergency which is manufactured because of a public relations crisis relating to the Epstein file. He doesn't want to release the Epstein file, so he wants everybody to look in another direction.
But let's take Jamie Raskin at his own words. Was this a distraction because of a public relations disaster? Well, let's go to the tail of the tape on that very same network, CNN.
Google searches for Epstein down 89% versus just 3 weeks ago, falling through the floor. It is no longer the top term searched alongside Donald Trump's name. That's Trump's approval rating. In July of 2025, it was 45%. It's still well within that margin of error here at 44%.
I, like many of you watching, am interested in the truth about Jeffrey Epstein. But that doesn't support the idea that Donald Trump would need to manufacture a distraction to keep everybody's attention and turn their heads away from something that apparently not very many people are interested in according to the data.
Not very many people are interested in it based on Google searches for Epstein files?
No, you see, we pointed this out when CNN was doing this. So what do we tell you guys all the time? Whenever it's the donor class, those cable news outlets that pretend to be fighting, boom, they unite immediately. So CNN does a segment. Now, Enton normally does polls, but the polls are very bad for Trump and anyone hiding Epstein files, right? So they don't do polls. For the first time, they do Google searches. And they go, oh, dude, the Google searches are down. No one cares, no one cares. Don't talk about Epstein. It's super weird, guys.
Yeah.
Super weird. And then now Fox News, Will Cain, who was saying it's like the most important thing in the world, we can't ever let this injustice stand. Now he's like, yeah, what's the big deal? Google searches are down, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Come on, Fox News and CNN all of a sudden agree. You know what? That makes me think it's Israel 10 times more.
Now look, obviously we're spitting fire at the Republicans or conservatives over at Fox News, whether it's Jesse Watters or Will Cain. But it's really important to talk about the fact that, look, for me, this is not a partisan issue. Okay, I'm not taking a political side on this. I want the release of the Epstein files, and anyone standing in the way is super sus or suspect. Okay, so when Democrats were in charge, Senator Dick Durbin, a Democrat, did stand in the way of the release of the Epstein files. And now he's turning around and saying, would you look at that? Republicans are not allowing for the release of the Epstein files. So let me just give you more details on that. So back in 2023, for instance, Jesse Watters slammed the Democratic senator because Durbin, who was the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the time, stated that Senator Marsha Blackburn, who filed the request to release the Epstein files, didn't turn in the necessary paperwork. But now, fast forward to 2025, when Republicans are in charge, and Durbin's like, what's up with the Epstein files? Why aren't you releasing them? Because it's just
it's nonsense. No way.
None of these people are serious. They don't care about you, man. They don't care about you. They don't care about the victims. It just grosses me out beyond words.
There's one huge silver lining here, which is this, among a couple of other issues, is waking the whole country up. Because look, we've never cared about partisanship. So I agree more with the Democratic Party's ideology, theoretical ideology and policies. So that's the direction I go politically, right? But they're not my uncle. And so if they're not going in the right direction, will we criticize Democrats? Well, if you're new to the show, just ask around. The Democrats' leadership especially has a history of loathing us Because we constantly criticize them.
Because we call them out when they're liars, as Dick Durbin is in this case. One of his recent statements in regard to the Epstein files goes as follows. It's clear that President Trump and Attorney General Bondi are directly responsible for the confusion and mistrust around the Epstein cover-up. What about your role in the Epstein cover-up when Democrats were in charge?
Yeah, so that's why, guys, I'm tired of all this stuff. I just want policies and issues, right? So here, I'm an ally of anyone who wants the actual Epstein files released, and for us to find out who actually did it, right? Because it wasn't just Epstein and Maxwell, there was over 1,000 girls. Anyone pretending it was just Epstein and Maxwell is guilty and probably works for a foreign government or the CIA. One of those two, there's only two good things that are powerful enough to do this. It's not Bill Clinton who's way out of power. It's not even just Donald Trump. No way, one party cannot do this. Both parties, the entire government has to agree. There's only one thing that the entire government agrees on, which is loyal obedience to Israel or the CIA. So what you have here is, I don't give a damn about partisanship. And I'm worried that if the Democrats are back in charge, what they're gonna do is all of a sudden they're gonna flip again.
Of course.
And I can't stand it.
No, I can't either.
All right, stay right here, guys. We've got a live and public bonus episode. We got a couple more stories. You're gonna love that. And then a potentially intense interview with Pastor Doug Wilson, who is a Christian nationalist. So that's all coming up right now. We'll be right back. All right, back on TYT, Jen Canano with you guys. Also, CS, thanks for joining. We appreciate you. They hit the join button below. I'm gonna read just a couple of comments as I usually do at the top of the bonus episode. Mateo Mejia Duff wrote in on as a YouTube member. As Jen said, look up. That's the era we live in.
Yes.
Yeah, but we have that shirt on shoptyt.com. How do I know? Because I was wearing it earlier today. But check that out. But that's not the point. The main point is this is my hope. That's why I said there's a silver lining here. People have now started to wake up and go, oh, we've been beating the crap out of each other, right? Oh, are the 10 trans athletes at the NCAA was the most important thing? No, who drove that story the most? Daily Wire, who's the most biggest supporter of what? Israel. Okay, and now, but it's not just Israel. They're in support of the oil companies, the big corporations, etc. Look up. That's the people causing your problems. Okay, the giant donors, the corporate donors, and the foreign governments. All right, Ruya Real on Twitch says, per Kenny Clips, weeks after Charlemagne the God mocked Hakeem Jeffries, calling him Apex Shakur, Jeffries responded with his own nickname, Charlatan the Fraud. Dem leaderships are so stupid. Facepalm, just missing the whole point. You're gonna get into a beef with Charlemagne the God when you're Hakeem Jeffries. And you're gonna call him that lame nickname, Charlatan the Fraud?
Oh my God, that's so fun. I missed that the first time you said it because I was communicating with the producers. Man, Hakeem Jeffries is like, it's not just that he's uncharismatic and unclever, he's got like a severe deficit of charisma.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the. So sometimes people talk about Ro Khanna and they say, well, does he have enough charisma? Does he have enough charisma? Chuck Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the Senate.
He's the king of charisma. What are you talking about?
And Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democrats in the House. Charisma? Okay, all right, anyways, last one. And it's because I want to address something you brought up. Post-traumatic self disorder wrote in on tyt.com. Sorry, Tucker, if Trump was angry at Bibi, if Trump was offended and pushing back, we'd be hearing all about it. What, like Trump was being tactful and showing a quiet strength? Get real. So I understand what you're saying. Trump has been a huge mixed bag on Israel and mainly following Israel's order, although he did defy them on about 3-4 times, which is way more than normal president, but overall enormously obedient recently. But there's a reason why Tucker's doing it. He's very strategic. He complimented Trump when he took the one thing he said right about Israel and ignored the 9 other things because he wants to say, look, Trump, we'll be on your side if you go in this direction, right? So if you insult Trump, he's gonna be mad at you, go in the opposite direction. Instead, he's being smart and saying, I am giving you a big compliment. You are such a smart person if you go in this direction. By the way, he did the same thing with Elon Musk. So you're right, it's not factual. Trump has mainly been on Israel's side, but understand why he did it.
Yeah.
That's my sense of it.
That's my sense of it too. You're right, I think you're right about that. All right, I kind of despise this next story, like makes me really angry, but let's get to it. Let's talk about are we allowed to say what the name of the big game is? Like I don't, like there's copyright stuff around that. Do I have to say big game? I just want to be clear.
You know, I don't know that
I'm gonna say big game, just to be careful. Big game, huge big game. All right, I know it's so stupid.
I can't stand how dumb it is.
It's so dumb.
Do you not want us to watch it? How are we gonna talk about it if we can't say the stupid name?
Anyway, let's talk about the big game.
Will ICE have enforcement at the Super Bowl for the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show?
Okay, so man, Corey Lewandowski looks rough. Like he looks like he's been through some stuff, I gotta say.
Oh, okay, I didn't even know.
Anyway, but that's beside the point. Let's talk about the actual heart of the story. So in their latest efforts to essentially distract Americans with vicious culture wars, Republicans are still raging out over, I would argue, the most insignificant thing on the planet, which is the NFL's Super Bowl halftime show. Don't care. But apparently we need to be in a rage about who the performers are.
Or I'm so happy, angry or mad. I don't care either way.
Either way.
Oh, you're such a bad bunny. Bad bunny, bad bunny. Are you happy now? Did I do it? Okay. So stupid. I said, look, when we covered this earlier in the week, Anna, it's like, I don't care if Kid Rock does it. Who cares?
Yeah.
Like if I'm watching the Super Bowl, if he's allowed to say it, I'm allowed to say it.
You say it.
Okay, and the NFL, if you want to stop us from saying Super Bowl, you're an idiot. Stop being an idiot, otherwise we can't cover it, okay? And they say big game or some stupid crap like that. Anyways, so that's what you should be bad at the NFL, not Bad Bunny. So like if I'm watching the Super Bowl, you know what I got on it? A lot of money, okay? I don't give a goddamn about the halftime show.
You are insane. Okay.
Like I couldn't care less. Or even if I don't have money on it, I love football. I love football.
I don't love football, but there's so many other things to be concerned about when it comes to the Super Bowl. Number one, where are you gonna go for the party? Are there gonna be adequate nachos? What's the snack situation? What's
Pizza,
the liquor
wings,
situation?
what are we doing, right?
I mean, like, let's stop ruining what's left in terms of joy in America, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
anyway, right now Republicans are basically, according to Corey Lewandowski in this interview with Benny Johnson, they're gonna send ICE agents to the Super Bowl because Bad Bunny, a Puerto Rican, by the way, Puerto Rico is a US territory, is gonna be performing at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, so here's why, right? So I don't know, you'll explain in a sec, but look, guys, all right, I'm gonna go over this is now a little bit tangential. I should have done this later, but
can we go to Corey Lewandowski's full statements before?
All right, then I'll come back to controversial comments about the halftime show.
Okay, let's watch.
So the NFL leadership has decided to hire a cross-dressing, America-hating, ICE-hating Puerto Rican dude whose music I haven't heard any of, but his name's Bad Bunny. And he says that he dislikes Donald Trump. He endorsed Kamala Harris, and he doesn't sing in English. But nonetheless, he's been hired as the Super Bowl halftime show, in spite of the fact that he refuses to tour in America because he's so scared of ICE. He's so scared of Homeland Security enforcement, knowing that those, his concerts would be a nexus for immigration enforcement.
Benny, there is nowhere that you can provide safe haven to people who are in this country illegally, not the Super Bowl and nowhere else. We will find you, we will apprehend you, we will put you in a detention facility, and we will deport you. So know that that is a very real situation under this administration, which is completely contrary to how it used to be.
It's a football game, like the last football game of the season where the champions are decided based on how they perform. Like
the champions are decided.
Whatever, it's football, who cares? Like it's just, this is so dumb, and it's like this obsession with instilling fear and destroying any fun or entertainment in the country on behalf of your political message is gross. But what do you think, Jim?
So that Bad Bunny says he doesn't do concerts in the US, as you guys kind of heard there, because he's worried about ICE agents. So they say, we're gonna send ICE agents. So first thing I say is do it. See how it turns out for you. Because if they ruin the Super Bowl by sending a bunch of masked thugs,
jackbooted thugs, yeah.
Right, and big government is there with their tyrannical forces trying to round people up at the Super Bowl, they're gonna look like assholes. So everybody watches the Super Bowl. So everybody's gonna see them being giant assholes on TV. Go for it, go for it. Hey, if your position is popular, then you do it in the one thing that the most Americans watch, great, then you'll be more popular, okay? If it's not popular, which I suspect it's not popular, then you'll seem like the biggest jerks in the world in front of the whole country. So have at it, Hoss, and see how it turns out for you. And by the way, you think undocumented immigrants are going to the Super Bowl? The tickets are like $10, $20, $100,000. Which undocumented immigrants like, I walked into $50,000, so I'm going to the Super Bowl. Okay, if they exist, I mean, maybe they're sheiks or Israelis, I don't know, but it's not gonna be any undocumented immigrants there. How much is the price there? I can't see with my eye.
It's a lot. Okay, so hold on, let me pull it up. I mean, nosebleed. It looks like nosebleed seats are going for as much as like $19,242.
At a minimum, guys, these are going to get way bid up. Okay,
that's so crazy.
I mean, of course,
there's too much money in the country. Okay, like
I'm amused. I just crossed the border. I used coyotes and from Honduras, and we got in here, and I don't have any money left, and I got to work 24. I walked in $19,000. I'll use it for nosebleed seats at the Super Bowl.
That's crazy.
Okay, so the other thing is, look, they do have a good point. I mean, Bad Bunny doesn't like Trump, so obviously no one who likes a politician should be allowed to perform at a Super Bowl. Did we do this before? Did we go around asking people, okay, hey, who did you vote for? Okay, that's it, you're eliminated. But how do we eliminate only for the politicians that are in power now? Or can Trump eliminate them after he's in office? And this is so dumb. We're trying to appease a politician, and that's why we care about who's in the Super Bowl. And finally, for me, he doesn't speak in English. He doesn't sing in English. Giant problem. That's why I always hated Luciano Pavarotti. I was like, this son of a bitch doesn't sing in English.
What about Bocelli?
Bocelli, I mean, what a traitor, right? I mean, that I hope ICE comes to pick him up. People don't have to sing in English. That's not a requirement anywhere.
Look.
Okay, go be little like drama queens. Oh my God, he doesn't like Trump. He's such a bad bunny. First of all, if you're a real man, you don't watch the halftime show. I said it.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Wow.
Okay. Who's gonna be performing? I don't give a damn who's performing.
Okay, others do care.
Wrong.
So others do care. And look, why did the NFL choose Bad Bunny of all people? Number one,
he's popular, you idiots. That's why.
That's the number one reason. But the number two reason is, like picking a controversial performer means that people are gonna be talking about it, just like we are right now.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. And so just to give you a sense of his popularity, last month Bad Bunny finished his 30-day residency in San Juan that ran every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from July 11th to September 14th. Every night was sold out and brought in hundreds of thousands of tourists to Puerto Rico. And $200 million in revenue.
That is unbelievable, man. You know what what NFL is interested in? Hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. That's what they're interested in. And by the way, that makes them capitalists. And if I'm amusing myself by thinking like me and the guys I know at halftime going, oh my God, it's Kid Rock. We're so upset. Let's cry over it. Come on, guys.
It's so early. We just entered October. Like, are the Super Bowl teams already?
No, we're not even close. We're at the beginning of the season. So they just named the act now. So that's
got it.
And that's why the Benny's all in a kerfuffle there.
What do you think about the Bills and Josh Allen?
Oh, is that what you genuinely think and not what someone texted you?
I now know the two teams that are in the Super Bowl.
This is embarrassing. Yes, Josh Allen and the Bills are great.
Yeah.
And likely they won't make it because they never do.
Damn, Alyssa. Which teams do you think will make it?
Well, I got controversial picks. Okay, so watch me go bold.
You're gonna say something about the Steelers because you like the Steelers.
No, but that's a great example. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
The Steelers quarterback now is Aaron Rodgers, who was like anti-vax.
I remember.
And a darling of the right for a while. Don't give a damn. Let's go, Aaron Rodgers. Let's go, Aaron Rodgers. Okay.
Okay.
Captain Rodgers, the Buck Rodgers. Let's go.
This is what I respect, and there are others like you, Jake. People who are able to separate the politics from the entertainment, right? Like, Rodgers has his political views.
I don't care.
But when it comes to the game, the big game.
We're 3-1. We're 3-1. He can have any political views he likes.
We're 3-1, guys. We're 3-1. I don't know what that means. That means they won 3 games.
Out of 4 games.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
And we got DK Metcalf and Bengals #suck it. Anyways, and Browns and Ravens were dominating. Okay, so here comes the controversy. You ready?
I'm ready.
Bold. The Super Bowl is Chargers versus Commanders.
That is controversial.
Yeah.
I can't
now
believe
know
you
the
say
two teams
that.
that are in the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Edwin just said no way. Let the record know. Okay, let's see what happens.
You get so giddy when it comes to football.
Yeah, halftime shows, that's what I get really animated about. Oh my God, what kind of bunny do we have this year? A good bunny or a bad bunny?
All right, I got to speak in defense for our halftime shows. The reason why I like watching the halftime shows is you hope to find bloopers and blunders, like miscues. Yeah, or there you go. And that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why I like watching the halftime show. Is like The Who. They just got out of bed, played 3 songs, and called it a night. And Bruce Springsteen one time performed at the Super Bowl, and he slid across the stage and crashed right into the camera. So for me, it's that's the reasons why I like watching the Super Bowl halftime show. Overall, I'm more of a pedestrian overall as far as watching the game.
Oh, okay.
But that kind of proves my point.
I'm
kidding about the man stuff, of course, right? But if you're a football fan, you care less about the halftime show.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, next.
We did all the stories today.
Oh, we did?
God, that was exhilarating.
That is weird.
It is weird, actually, very weird. We never finish all the stories that we've produced for the day.
Okay, so, all right, then let's chit chat.
Let's chit chat. We haven't done this in a long time.
Yeah, so normally, guys, this is behind the paywall. So you get this scintillating stuff behind the, so, and we used to do this all the time. And look, things are afoot. So next week, we're gonna do something different with the bonus episode. And so you guys gonna get to see a lot more of this type of stuff. But anyways, okay.
I wanted to just briefly talk about something that you have been correct on. I haven't been wrong on, I just haven't really weighed in, but I'm gonna weigh in now, aggressively so, and give you credit because you were right. One of the upsides of traveling back and forth to New York to do those CNN segments is that for the first time, I got to experience what fall is like in New York. And it's so lovely.
Yes.
It's so lovely.
Yes, it's like the greatest thing in the world.
It is. No, I don't know about the greatest thing in the world. It is a great thing in terms of weather.
No, but it's not just the weather. First of all, it's literally a feeling in the air.
It is.
on the East Coast.
It is.
Okay, and the colors on the, obviously turn on the leaves on the trees.
I didn't notice any trees because it's New York. It's a concrete jungle.
Oh yeah, that's fair, right?
Yeah.
But oh my God, if you start driving in the East Coast during the fall, like October is the greatest month, and November is the second greatest month, and then you've got football, and you've got that perfect crisp fall weather.
I have an admission. And I hope my team doesn't hold it against me. So I don't like taking too much time away from the show. So that's why on one of the days I was in New York, I made sure to host TYT from the hotel room. I produced my stories. I approved as many of the other stories that weren't produced by me. And then I was just like, I have to go for a walk. I have to step away from the computer and just experience this beautiful, lovely New York City fall weather. And plus, I didn't like any of the dresses I packed, so I went to go buy a new dress. And it was I felt like I was in heaven. I can't.
Wow, that is a very un-Casper thing to say.
I loved it so much. And overall, New York's fine. I don't think I would do well in New York. It's too crowded and too busy and too crazy for me. But man, I felt good walking, just walking to that dress store and experiencing what New York is like in the fall. It's just, I don't know how to explain how good it feels. The very subtle breeze that caresses your face.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone just, it's not cold, but it's not hot either. It's just comfortable and beautiful, and things don't smell nasty because it's not humid and hot. It's nice.
No, you hit it at a perfect time. You would hate New York normally, okay?
Yeah,
I know
totally.
you. So the subway would get to you, the traffic would get to you, the crowds would get to you, and then in the summer it's so freaking hot, and in the winter it's so freaking cold, right?
Totally.
But fall and spring are beautiful, and so look, everything has its own place. So we do this mainly on Operation Joy, right? But look, I want, once you appreciate things you have, you get happier and happier. The number one way to make yourself happier is appreciation, okay? Being grateful for things. And so I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am for having grown up where I did, okay? You know what, actually, I'll even go back to New Jersey, right? But I'll even go back to Turkey. I'm glad that I got that perspective. I got to see something different than America before I came here, right? So when I came here, in the beginning, I was, huge change. You're an 8-year-old, you lose all your, family and friends, and you were freaked out by that. But within 3 months, I got used to it, and then I was like, this place is amazing. Amazing, because I grew up in a big city in Istanbul, right? More so than it's Turkey, it was just a city, right? And it was gray, and it was, etc. So when I came to America, and then you get fall, right? And I'm like, and then Halloween, and we didn't have Halloween in Turkey, right? So I'm like, wait, let me get this right. You knock on people's doors, and they just give you the candy. Yeah. And you can just keep going all day, and they just keep giving you the candy. I went out with a pillow. What do we call it? Pillow bag, pillow sheet?
Man, your parents were so much better than my immigrant parents.
That's a pillowcase.
Pillowcase, thank you.
Yeah, my immigrant parents were so afraid of everything. They didn't let me enjoy anything Halloween related. They're like, they're gonna give you razor blades and you're gonna die.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
No, so my parents were kind of the opposite. So this is a rare, difference, because normally we're very similar in our upbringing and stuff.
Yeah.
But my parents were like, yeah, America's safe, go ahead.
Oh my gosh. This was in the 90s too, or was it the 80s?
Okay, so then.
Wow.
Okay, so I got my pillowcase, and these kids these days are soft. We would trick or treat all day. I would fill an entire pillowcase with candy, okay? And we would do trick or treat for real, and sometimes we do tricks, it was Jersey. So we did things we shouldn't have done.
What kind of tricks?
Okay, I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay. Oh boy.
Okay, so anyways, you should be home on Halloween if you're in New Jersey in the 80s. Don't not give candy. Anyways, so one of my best friends' mom, Lisa, I come, I don't know what to do. I don't know about dressing up, and she made an entire outfit for me.
Oh my gosh,
okay,
that's amazing.
For my first Halloween.
What was the costume?
It was a prisoner. Okay, so
did you want that costume, or she
no? It was a super fun costume. It really was. Like, so it was at a ball and chain that she made out of like machete and stuff. Not machete, paper mache.
Okay.
What is wrong with me today?
It's okay.
I took a pillow bag and a machete. Anyways, and I had the little hat and the pinstripe and etc. And I won one of the best costumes of my grade. Like, I think I came in third, right? Or maybe even second. And I felt so proud.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I thought, what a wonderful woman. This kid comes in from out of Turkey and she's like, hold on, I got this, bro. Let me show you how this is done, etc. This country has been so welcoming to my family. That's why the anti-immigrant stuff now, oh, don't do that. That's not America. What's great about America is how welcoming it is, right? It's to the point where it makes you love this country,
yeah,
right?
I love this country.
That's the best of America. So my dad, when he came to graduate school, he can barely speak English, right? He literally came with $1 in his pocket, the stereotypical story. And he's going to Stevens Institute of Technology in Hoboken, runs into a guy named Bob Madden, the most typical Irish-American dude you've ever met. Back then in like the 60s, got the slicked hair like from Greece, and he's blonde, blue-eyed, and Uncle Bob, he became Uncle Bob to us, gives my dad everything. He teaches them the English a little bit. They become best friends. They hang out. He helps them with everything. And then we'd go to Uncle Bob's house once or twice a year for the rest of our lives. And he'd take us on the lake with his boat. We didn't know any Turkish people with boats, but Uncle Bob had a boat. We love going to Uncle Bob's house, right? And we would do wonderful things. My dad's such a good guy. He'd do great things for Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob would do great things for him and all of us. That's the America I know and love.
Yeah, I love that. I love that story. I want to get back to that. I mean, there used to be more of that in this country, and now we're so divided and so angry with each other. And I see it as a psyop at this point. I do. And I don't.
It is a psyop, but it's not. I don't want people to get the wrong impression. By the powerful overall, not, we often talk about Israel, especially
No,
these
I'm
days.
not just,
We're not talking about that.
I'm talking about the powerful, yes. It's not about Israel.
No, and by the way, the powerful in every context, in every country always do the same thing. And they did this in this country back in slavery times, right? So get the black folks to fight with the poor white folks and distract them both while you run the plantation and the mansion. And by the way, also sit on your ass and don't do anything, right? So they don't work at all, the plantation owners back in the day in the South, and they get the white people and black people to fight each other forever, and then they use them for this and the other guys for that. And meanwhile, the poor whites didn't even notice that they're getting their asses handed to them, right? Because they're so busy feeling superior to the slaves.
That's such a great point, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So guys, it's the oldest trick in the book. Every nation, every king, every person in power has done this for time immemorial. So that is why as a country, we have to snap out of it, okay? So they get you to fight each other. If there's one guy and 100 guys, the one guy up top will always get turned 50 against 50. So they're busy fighting each other and they don't look up.
Yeah,
so,
I agree, yep.
Yeah.
All right, we'll end on this before we go to break and bring the guest in. So I didn't get permission to share this, so I'm not gonna name any names, but one of our producers says, fall on the East Coast is the absolute best, and all you LA people who hate seasons trigger me. And you know what? I used to fall in that camp. I no longer do because now I see the value of seasonal changes.
Speaking as an LA native, seasons, they're overrated.
No. Look, yeah, I love being in LA now. LA is in a lot of ways the best city, weather, et cetera, all year.
Naturally beautiful.
Yeah, but I'm so glad I grew up on the East Coast to be able to have, snowstorms and thunderstorms and all of the changing of the seasons. It's just, it's a beautiful variety in life, and I'm glad I got to experience it. All right, we gotta go. Pastor Doug Wilson, bit of a Christian nationalist. I don't know how the interview is going to go. So I always react to the person who I'm talking to. But let's buckle up just in case. We'll be right back.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world. Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies? That's it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls. Slavery was overseen and conducted by fallen human beings, and there were horrendous abuses, and there were also people who owned slaves who were decent human beings and didn't mistreat them. I think that system of chattel slavery was an unbiblical system, and I'm grateful it's gone.
He thinks homosexuality is a crime.
In the late 70s and early 80s, sodomy was a felony in all 50 states. That America of that day was not a totalitarian hellhole.
So you would like America to go back to that?
Yep.
That is Pastor Doug Wilson. He's the leader of Christ Church. It's a 1,000-member congregation, and he's going to join us now. Pastor Wilson, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Great to be with you.
All right. I am fascinated by your opinions. We're going to talk about them and find out what they are in detail.
Great.
So we just showed you some of the things that you said on CNN. We showed everybody there. So let's start with that a little bit. So you talk about homosexuality being a sin. So you think it should be banned in America? Do I understand that right?
Yeah, I think that we should, Obergefell should be overturned. Basically, we should reject Obergefell delenda est. It should be gone. So the point that I was making there in CNN was not primarily the status of the sodomy laws back in the 70s and earlier. But my point was that the presence of those laws did not turn America in the 60s and 70s into the Handmaid's Tale. In other words, it was not a dystopic moonscape back then when we had more restrictive sexual customs, mores, and laws that reflected that. So that was the principal point, is that people who are arguing that those of us who are sexual conservatives and who want a restoration of traditional norms in our marriage laws are not theo-fascist. That's the first point, not theo-fascist. Then after we agree on that, we can debate the policy proposal on the merits.
All right, so let's take it one by one. So Obergefell is about gay marriage, so not about sodomy laws. So are you, right. So I'm curious about gay marriage too, but first, are you saying that we should bring back sodomy laws or no?
Yeah, I think that sodomy, homosexual acts should be against the law, yes, right.
So now you know sodomy is both anal and oral sex.
Yes, I understood that, yes.
Yeah, and you think that should be banned for both gay men and straight men and women?
So no, because what we're dealing with is two definitions of sodomy. One would be the definition of sodomy in the laws that we had in American law back in the mid 20th century, which included oral, anal, same-sex, heterosexual, everything, which I think was broader than biblical law. A biblical definition of sodomy, I don't think would be that restrictive.
So I'm going to read between the lines there, but I'm going to ask you for clarification. So it sounds like you're saying oral sex is and anal is fine for straight folks like you, but not for gay folks.
No, I think anal sex is a perversion for heterosexual couples also, but then we're going to layer a number of issues. There's a difference between a sin and a crime. Okay, so there are some things that I would regard as a minister as sinful that ought not to be against the law, and then there are some things that ought to be against the law. So same-sex marriage, I call it, ought to be not a legal thing. I want homosexual unions to be not a thing anymore. So consequently, I want those relationships to be banned, not recognized, not honored, not glorified. And secondly, I think that it ought to be against the law. Having said that, when you look at the actual practice of how those things were governed when they were against the law in America, it wasn't like that sort of law was used to shut down bathhouses or gay bars or that sort of thing. It wasn't a matter of a sexual Gestapo going from door to door, house to house.
I actually went to law school, and it kind of was. In fact, the Bowers versus Hardwick is a Texas case, if I remember correctly, where they literally barged into a couple's home and arrested them for having the wrong kind of sex.
But the warrant there was for another offense. So what happened is when they had a warrant for another offense, came into the house and found them engaged in this sexual activity, and they threw that into the charges. So that's the.
But if you do barge into, if the government, big government, barges into your home for whatever reason, they find you in the wrong kind of sex, you think that person should be arrested?
I don't think there's anything perverse or evil about charging them with this additional crime if they had a warrant and they're not. So let's put it this way. If you have a situation like that, I want, what I want is for the government to be under restraint as well as the people, right? So I'm entirely in favor of probable cause, getting a warrant, a judge to give a warrant, that sort of thing. If you have a collection of offenses, and a sexual offense is one of them, and it's against the law, then I don't see any problem with charging them with that also, right?
Okay, so one last detailed question here, and then I want to ask you about the philosophy behind it.
Sure.
It's just, actually, I want to clarify, because we talked about it before, but you're saying for gay couples, sodomy of any sort should be illegal, and then for straight couples, anal should be illegal, but oral is just a sin, but not illegal.
No, so for this one thing, this is going to come out at some point or other. I'm a Bible guy. And if you read the Song of Solomon, and you read the Song of Solomon carefully, it's very clear that sexual example of biblical erotica, not pornography, but erotica, that book in the Bible very clearly has oral foreplay at least involved in it. And so I don't want the civil magistrate coming into the bedroom that way and saying you can't do things that the Bible says is okay.
So Pastor Wilson, you see it, right? You see that seems like others will look at it and go, well, that seems pretty convenient, that it's okay for you, but not for them.
Yeah, people will say that.
Yeah, people will say that. Okay, and then do you get that? And then people can debate this, and obviously people debate you on it, et cetera. But I'm trying to find out. So you get that when you say straight people should be allowed to be married, but gay people shouldn't. Straight people can get, some form of sodomy, but gay people shouldn't. That is by definition unequal. You see that, right?
That's absolutely. Well, I could carp and criticize a little bit. A homosexual man has as much right to marry a woman as I do. So it's not, in one sense, it's not uneven at all. Nobody's passing a law saying someone with homosexual tendencies is banned from marrying a woman. I'm allowed to marry a woman, and so is he. All right. I don't think the law should say that anybody's sexual choice, whatever their predilection is, should be honored or recognized by the state as an acceptable manifestation of our sexual impulses, because we're now dealing with minor attracted persons, right? MAPS. When you look at the LGBTQ plus community, I want to know what's underneath that plus. Who are we talking about there? Does it include pedophiles? Does it include people who are attracted to minors?
No.
And if it, what are we talking about?
No, it doesn't include those things, and those things are illegal. It's because they don't involve consent. It's with people who can't give consent. They're under the age of 18.
Well, they're illegal now until they're not.
Okay, no, but good news. You and I agree that that should definitely be illegal. We don't agree on the rest of it, and And that's because I believe in equal rights, and that seems like a very, very core American, philosophy and ideology. One more thing about American ideology: I also believe in freedom, but it seems like this certainly takes freedom away. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do this. You're not even allowed to do it in the privacy of your own home. You're not allowed to love the person you like. Well, you could maybe love them, but you can't marry them. You can't have sex with them. I don't know if you can hold their hands or kiss. I don't know, right? But obviously, that's against freedom.
Yeah, there's freedom is not absolute. Yeah, you're correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Look, I love that you're being honest. You're being clear about it, right? So to me, that's not America, but that's okay. You think that is America.
Yeah, but wait. Just I want to stop you there. Was it America in 1960? Was America for most of our history?
Yeah, Pastor Wilson, the way I see it is that one of the things I love about America is that it keeps improving. It keeps saying, hey, you know what? Maybe we should expand a little bit. In fact, let's get into those areas, because what we did was we expanded what I call the circle of liberty. And part of the reason I'm a progressive is because I believe in expanding the circle of liberty. And for some conservatives like yourself, I think you're a pretty good example of it. You don't believe in that. You think that there should be different layers of rights for folks. So I want to give you a chance to clarify your comments about slavery, because I think if I heard you right, you're saying, hey, listen, I'm not saying that it was right, but some people were treated well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that the institution as a whole was a bad idea. We're fallen human beings. We're prone to be selfish and self-centered, and it's not a good idea to give people like that the kind of control over other human beings that a master has over a slave. So the slavery is gone from America, and my attitude toward that is good riddance. I'm glad it's gone. Okay. At the same time, I don't believe in the orcification of everyone who was a slave owner. Some of the slave owners in the South were awful human beings, and they would fit the description, the worst nightmare of the most ardent abolitionist. Though they fit that description, and those people ought to have been charged criminally. It ought to have been against the law, and in many cases was. Abusing a human being under any circumstances is no bueno. All right. If you read the slave narratives, back in FDR's administration, he commissioned a bunch of people to go interview former slaves, a number of whom were still alive. And I've read a bunch of those interviews. I've read the slave narratives, a big chunk of them. And some of the stories are heartbreaking in how awful they were. And some of them displayed warm, affectionate relationships between masters and slaves, and the former slaves longing for, expressing how much they loved their people. And that's an example of people being decent human beings in the midst of a bad system, a bad institution. So all I'm arguing for there is that we ought not to vilify or demonize an entire class of people.
Okay, so I understand the context of time and human relationships being complex. A quick question before we go to the heart of the matter. Was America in 1850? Because you were saying that in the 1960s, America was still America, even though we outlawed sodomy. But you're saying you're against slavery, but America did have slavery in 1850. So was America in 1850?
Yes. Yes.
It was, okay, but it's good that we improved by getting rid of slavery, right?
Correct. Yeah, your point about improvement is a good one. The fact that I believe that my country was recognizably my country in 1850 is not to say that there's no room for improvement.
Okay, good. Then we agree. 1850, 1960, room for improvement.
Yeah, room for improvement. And then the question would become, is this in fact an improvement?
Yeah. Okay, so now, on the issue of slavery, so is it possible that they were, within the context of history, they did not realize, they were blinded, as a lot of folks today are blinded by race and the fact that there were cultural assumptions and expectations there? I think that I understand that concept, right? But Pastor Wilson, at the same time, isn't owning people by definition bad or evil? I mean, even if you say, hey, look, I could whip the skin off your back, I could rape you, but I'm choosing not to. But even the fact that they could and they own them like property, isn't that evil by definition?
Yeah, it's a bad system and it ought to have been eradicated. Before the war between the states, most of the abolitionist societies were in the South. And there were a lot of people in the South who knew that this was not a good deal. They knew this was untenable. It was not righteous. It was not good. And I think it was right and proper for people to be working for the abolition of slavery. So no argument there.
Yeah, I guess one more question I'd ask Pastor Will. So why bother going back and defending slave owners?
That's a great question. This goes back to what I said earlier where I said I'm a Bible guy. So if I'm in let's say being interviewed, and let's say a situation like this, and I'm telling you I believe that same-sex unions are sinful and we ought not to recognize them. And you say, how come? And I say, well, in Leviticus, it says that it's an abomination. In Romans 1, it says that this is the end road of degenerative practices. And I cite a bunch of Bible verses. And then you say, well, you're citing the Bible, but the Bible allows for slavery. There's slavery in the Old Testament. There's slavery, there's Hebrew slavery in the Old Testament. There's pagan Roman slavery in the pages of the New. The New Testament is filled with instructions to slave owners and slaves on how to comport themselves in this situation. So if I say, if you say, well, the Bible can't be trusted on sexual mores and customs because the Bible allows for slavery. And if I start saying, well, yeah, the Bible allowed for slavery, but that was then and this is now, I don't want to be the kind of Christian who says, well, I can play that was now, that was then, this is now game, but homosexuals don't get to play that game. If I start messing around with the Bible to make it say what I wish it would have said, then the homosexuals get to do the same thing.
Yeah, because they would both be going in the positive direction of equal rights and justice and freedom. I mean, at least it's positive from an American perspective. That's what we're taught. But then wait, Pastor Wilson, let me ask you. Then if you want to walk back gay rights because of the biblical thing, and you say, well, I got to defend. So that's right. Did you want to walk back the slavery thing? I mean, because you say it's in the Bible. So is it okay or not okay?
No. Basically, the whole debate about slavery is not whether or not we should institute slavery. In the Roman world, when Christ rose from the dead and the gospel was going out throughout the Roman world, it was going into a world in which slavery was ubiquitous. Slavery was everywhere. It was as ordinary as having a mortgage on your house is today. It was just everywhere. Everybody just assumed it. Now, I believe that the biblical principles that were taught and articulated by the Apostle Paul particularly were a time bomb placed underneath slavery, a time bomb with a long fuse, particularly in the book of Philemon. In Philemon, Paul is returning a runaway slave named Onesimus, who is a Christian now, to his owner, Philemon, who is a friend of Paul's and also a Christian. And so this book is, if you examine it closely, it shows how Paul is urging Philemon to set his slave free, and the principles contained within it are a long-term way of subverting the paradigm of slavery. So I believe that the Bible is authoritative. So I believe that a Christian master who inherits his father's plantation in 1850, and he owns 20 slaves, and he goes to his Bible for instruction on how to live, I think if he reads his Bible carefully, he is not just going to be taught to treat his slaves right. He is going to be taught to treat his slaves right as a way of subverting the whole institution. Now, so I do believe that the Bible back then is authoritative and we should implement it today, but that doesn't mean that we're asking for a redo at Gettysburg. What it means is if you inherit a slave-owning system, you should eradicate it the biblical way and not the bloody way that we did.
So, Pastor Wilson, I know that slavery's been around for centuries, and people have done it all across the world. It's not just an American problem. But do you get two things? One is that it looks like we're coming at it from the discussion you just had is coming at it from the slave owner's perspective and whether he's okay or not okay, et cetera. But we're not really coming at it from the slave's perspective, which is, well, the reason I don't like being bought or sold or or any of this stuff.
Right. So, I get that. That's a good point. I get it. But the reason I'd come at it from the slave owner's position, the perspective, is that he's the one who's in a position to do something about it. The slave, by definition, isn't in a position to do something about it. The slave owner can. The slave owner can set his slaves free. The slave owner can determine to make sure that they're treated well. He can train them and equip them so that when they're free, they can make their own living. The slave owner is in a position of control, and so he's the one who needs the bulk of the instruction. I'd like to also point to something you just said that I agree with. Slavery has been ubiquitous throughout the history of the world, and the great Thomas Sowell has made the point that it is sort of this universal phenomenon, and slavery was eradicated in the Western world, in America, by a war. The British Empire outlawed slavery as a result of the work of a British evangelical parliamentarian, one of my heroes, a man named William Wilberforce. He's the one who got slavery outlawed in the British Empire, and then the British Empire used her fleet, her naval power, to suppress slavery all over the world. And what Thomas Sowell has said, slavery is ubiquitous everywhere, and the Western world, the English-speaking world, is the first quadrant of civilization that outlawed it, that got rid of it. And now, today, in our politically correct culture, they are the societies that are blamed as unique purveyors of slavery. And that, I think, is just upside down.
Yeah, so I don't think that most historians get that wrong. I think they get it right. They know that it was across the world, and they know that it was eradicated at different times. I don't know that America certainly was not the first. We were a holdout for a long, long time. But last thing on it is, do you get why, if you're an African American in this country, this talk of like, were some of the slave owners not so bad is deeply disconcerting?
No.
Okay, I mean, like you really don't see it. Like can you not see? I mean, just on an emotional level, like, wait a minute, this was like in the back in the day, they would sell your babies off. Right, and they could rape the women anytime they wanted, and if you even dared to disobey, they'd, you know all the stories, and so yeah. So when somebody's talking about but maybe some of the slave owners weren't so bad, like, can you not see how that would trouble people?
I can understand why it's happening, but as a pastor, I've done a lot of marriage counseling over the years, and I've seen marriages that are frankly a helicopter crash. It's just a bad situation, and I could write a book narrating all these marriage troubles and horrendous abuses and problems and sins and whatnot. But then if I say to someone who grew up in a family like that, but some marriages are not like that, I can understand why they would jump or their left eye would start to twitch. I understand that. But the fact remains that some marriages are not like that, right? So the issue is, I want to say that evil slave owners were evil. Evil slave owners were evil. We have no argument. And the slave owners that broke up families and that sold children off and that raped the women, those slave owners were sinning against God and man, and and God will judge it at the last day. So there's no argument for me about all the awful stuff. I'm simply saying it was not awful stuff across the board. There were some people.
Yeah, so last thing I'll say on it, from my perspective, is that, look, I get the complexity of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson doing both amazing things and horrific things at the same time, right? I get that complexity. At the same time, I think owning a human being is evil by definition. If evil exists, that's gotta be it. That's my sense of it.
Yeah, and so my retort, my rejoinder there would be everything's buried in that phrase, if evil exists. And that would take us into the subject of Christian nationalism, because if evil exists, well, if there is no God, if there is no transcendent authority over us all telling us how we're supposed to live, then I'm sorry, evil doesn't exist.
Yeah, so that's an interesting theological debate, and one that or discussion. And on another day, maybe we should do that, because that's a fascinating topic. But in this country, of course, we're ruled by laws, and the laws are determined by all of us together. We're a democracy. Right. And as you know, and let's transition to Christian nationalism. I'm glad you brought it up. Obviously there's Jewish folks, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, atheists, etc. Right? And I'm in kind of in two of those categories. I was born Muslim, but I'm an atheist now. So, what becomes of me in a Christian nation?
So the first thing that's important to qualify is that when I'm asked questions about this, as you're doing now, and as CNN did, and whatever, we have to make a distinction between how I would define an ideal biblical republic 500 years down the road. What's my ideal setup there? How would I create this biblical republic utopia? That's one thing. And the other issue is, what do I think we should do now with the current facts on the ground? We have, when America was founded, it was overwhelmingly Protestant, 98% Protestant, white Protestant colonies up and down the eastern seaboard. That was one situation, and that's not the situation we have now. And so politics is the art of the possible, and you want to take into account all the prudential circumstances and so forth. What I would want to do is, there's a difference between union and unity. So I'm not suggesting anybody do this, but if you were to tie two cats together by the tail and throw them over a clothesline, you would have union, but no unity. And what we have done with our reckless immigration policies is we have imported vast numbers of people way beyond our capacity for assimilation. And that means that we've just set up warring cohorts, warring groups that are suspicious of each other, that are jealous of each other, that it causes all kinds of difficulties. So the first thing I would do today is turn off the spigot. I'd stop making the problem worse. Until you have some sort of robust system that would allow you to have 10 million Muslims and 10 million Hindus and 10 million Christians and 10 million Jews all live in the same territory without being at each other's throats. It's not a good idea to do that. So what's happening is we are involved without any political theology or theory to guide us. We are busy turning the Ohio-Michigan border into the India-Pakistan border. You need to have some kind of process of assimilation. You've appealed a number of times to certain shared American values. Well, what kind of sense does it make to import millions of people who don't share those values at all?
So let's break it down one by one. First of all, what if you said, what if there was a territory that had millions of Muslims and Hindus and Christians and Jews? How would they ever get along? Good news, such a territory does exist. It's called America. Look, we're not perfect as a country, but we seem to be doing okay. We're still the #1 economic power in the world. We're #1 military power in the world, and we have tremendous diversity. And there's a good argument to be made that diversity is actually what led us to being so powerful. So do you think that America is dystopian and we're in a disastrous shape because of the diversity that we have of all those different factions in one place?
Yeah, you must be enjoying a different news feed than I read. I see burgeoning, bubbling conflict rising everywhere, right? So, just to be frank, Charlie Kirk was a friend of mine, and he just got shot down for talking to people on a college campus, right? And we came within an ace of the same thing happening to the President Trump at Butler, Pennsylvania. And God be praised, the result of Charlie Kirk being killed resulted in a number of prayer vigils and church services and things that were peaceful, entirely peaceful. But you have to understand that I think we are in far more perilous a situation than I think we've ever been since 1858. I don't think the country has been as divided as we are now for over a century. And it is very clear to me that we are, it wouldn't take too many incidents, like 2 or 3 in a row, to have the shooting start.
Yeah, I hope to God that doesn't happen. And
me too. I agree.
Yeah, and I don't. Okay, so let's break it down one by one again. So Charlie Kirk got killed in a tragic way, horrific way, and I knew him as well, and we debated him. Sometimes we agreed, right? Yeah, and that's the beauty of America, and we had diversity of opinion. So that's also the beauty of America. So
that's great.
But on that same day, millions of Jews, Christians, Muslims, etc. in this country got along perfectly well. So both things are true. So there is one tragic shooting, but then millions of positive interactions. So now MLK was shot. Now you could say, well, okay, we're not getting along, so let's separate out white and black people. But Pastor Wilson, isn't that the opposite of the American idea, that we don't separate out everybody? And we don't say, okay, unequal rights and unequal living quarters and unequal this and that. No, we bring people together. It's the melting pot, and that's our strength.
Part of what I want to agree with you here. Let's say some awful thing happens. I want everybody involved, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Christian, to be treated with justice. I don't think we ought to. I don't think a tragedy allows us to start ripping people off or retroactively revoking rights and stuff. I think we ought to do right by everybody. But I would say when Martin Luther King was shot, 1968, I was 15 at the time, and then when Charlie Kirk was shot, there was basically someone on the left was shot with MLK. Someone on the right was shot when Charlie Kirk was. And in both cases, it was largely peaceful in the aftermath. When George Floyd was killed, cities burned. Okay, we're not in as stable a position as many people would like to think. So this is, I think we need to sort through some of the fundamental questions. Who are we? Who is God? What are we? What are we supposed to be doing here? And I don't think freedom is an adequate virtue that supports itself. You can't take something like freedom or liberty and then suspend it from an invisible skyhook and just have everybody say freedom is a good thing. Now, I value freedom and I want to argue for freedom, but I believe it depends on a transcendental value, a transcendental anchor.
Yeah, so I have a unique opinion on George Floyd and January 6th. So Martin Luther King said that riots are the voice of the unheard. And so I think that a lot of African Americans in this country suffered a lot of abuse from police and the people in power, or as the right would say, the jackbooted thugs of big government, right? And then I think that a lot of right-wingers in this country felt like nobody was standing up for them, and that the media ignored them and belittled them. And I think a great frustration built up, and then they had January 6th. So I saw both sides do it. I understand the reasons why both sides do it, even though we don't want either side to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
minus the 275 FBI guys.
Okay, I hear you. That's another debate for another day. But you see how both sides discontent grows and then it explodes, and I don't want that.
That's correct.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And I want to agree with you. There are people on the right who are fully susceptible to giving way to frustration that explodes in an unhelpful way. That does exist. Yes.
Okay, great. So, but when you say like we let too many people in, we should stop. And again, immigration is an interesting and complex issue today. And but you said also in the past. So It's a little awkward because here we are, two human beings talking to one another, and we've been very respectful of one another. But I got to ask, so should I have not come?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm sorry of your personal history. I don't know when you came or how you came, but I have no problem with legal immigration.
Yeah, I came. My family came when I was 8 years old. We moved to New Jersey. We love this country. We came for freedom, and we came for justice, and we came for equal rights.
It's a little late, but I would say welcome.
Okay, all right. So you're not opposed to immigrants from different religions and backgrounds coming in legally?
Right, and legally and in an assimilatable way. So my problem is the illustration I use is, let's say you have a family, a nice Christian family. They've got a couple of kids, and they take in 2 foster kids, and everything's stable, and it's a little crazy for a while, but they're taking good care of all 4. That's a good thing. I like the fact that there are families that take in foster kids. But then let's say a bus from the county pulls up one day and there's 28 new foster kids, and they drop off 28 new ones. And the father could go out there and be arguing with the bus driver, and he could say, look, I was taking good care of my 2 kids, and I think we were taking a pretty good job loving on our 2 foster kids. But if you drop these 28 off, we're not going to be loving anybody. We're not going to be helping anybody.
Yeah.
And the problem is that they don't have the resources to assimilate them, or take care of them, or feed them, or house them.
So, Pastor Wilson, I hear you on that, but that's an immigration question, right? So in this case, we're talking about Christian nationalism, and so. How about Christians coming in? Europeans, maybe they're bothered by what's happening in, too much Muslim immigration in Europe, and they want to come to America. Can we allow Christians to come?
Yeah. I believe in controlled legal immigration, and I believe that there's some Christian places where you would have as much difficulty with cultural assimilation if you did it in mass numbers. I want to have a modest, controlled, legal, sane approach to immigration, and I believe that Christians are going to be able to assimilate more readily. And so consequently, I believe that even with our out of control southern border, I believe that we are in a better place in terms of assimilation than Europe is. With Europe, the Muslim immigrants are largely Muslim, and in America on the southern border, the immigrants who came across the border were either Catholic or Pentecostal, but Christian, Trinitarian of some sort, which means that there isn't as wide a cultural divide. There isn't as wide, it's not as alien a world, which means that assimilation is going to be more possible, but it's not going to be possible if you're dealing with 12 million people just dropped on your doorstep, no matter who they are.
Again, so that's an immigration issue, but in terms of the religion issue, look. I don't want to get sidetracked because real quick, I'll say my point of view on that.
Yeah, sure.
I think the Italians came in, and this is such a hilariously oversimplistic way of looking at it, but just so people can get a sense of where I stand on it. Italians came in, they gave us pizza and pasta. The Irish came in, we got St. Patrick's Day. The Jews came in, we got beautiful diners. I'm obsessed with diners and delis and bagels and lox. And Hindus came in and we got great Indian food, etc. I think that made us stronger. I think that made us better. I
like all those things.
Okay, all right. So now let's back to religion. So since I am not a Christian, if you got your way and we have Christian nationalism, do I have the same rights as you?
There would be, yes, you'd have the same rights, but you wouldn't have the same privileges. So, for example, I mentioned earlier the ideal republic 500 years down the road. In a biblical republic that was explicitly Christian, there would be religious tests for office holders, right? So if you came to America in 1800 and you were living in South Carolina, you wouldn't, as a Muslim, or as an atheist, actually, you wouldn't be allowed to hold public office. You couldn't be elected to the legislature, but you'd be allowed to live there.
Yeah. So you get that doesn't sound like America?
No, it sounds very much like America was.
Okay. So, all right. So you
at the
acknowledge
founding.
we'd be going backwards, but that's okay. You're conservative and you're Christian national, so you want to go backwards to some degree. Do you get that doesn't make me feel that great? Okay, well, I mean, we're going to let you exist, but I mean, obviously you can't be in a position of power because you're not Christian.
You would have equal rights in that you would have the right to fair trial, the right of habeas corpus, the right to free speech, the right to keep and bear arms. But basically, if you have a Christian society, if the Constitution acknowledged the truth of Christianity, if the Constitution acknowledged that Jesus rose from the dead, then of course that you're going to want to protect that. But I believe, honestly, that people who were religious minorities, Jews, Muslims, who are here in the smaller numbers that would make this possible would be treated, certainly should be treated with equity and fairness, yes.
But not equality. But see, because they wouldn't get to run for office. They wouldn't get to participate in democracy in that way. They could be ruled, but they could not be part of the ruling class. Only Christians.
Correct. So if I moved to Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't expect to be allowed to do anything in terms of governance.
Yeah, see, that's a great point, because that's why I didn't move to Saudi Arabia, even though our family was Muslim. We moved to America, right? Because so you don't want to turn us. But now I'm beginning to wonder: do you want to turn us into a Christian Saudi Arabia?
No, not at all.
It seemed like you were arguing for that, though, because you're saying, yeah, you wouldn't be equal in Saudi Arabia because it's a Muslim state, and I hate that. I want you to be equal everywhere, right?
Right.
But you're saying, we would make America into a place where, like in Saudi Arabia, non-Christians would not be equal.
This goes back to a point made by Aristotle, which is that there's a difference between behavior that democracies like and behavior that preserves democracies. All right? There are certain worldviews that are antithetical to the very idea of freedom. They don't believe in it. They don't believe in it for anybody. Now, I believe it is suicidal for a society to import large numbers of people who don't share those values. Now, and this is, so if someone says, hey, if you believe in freedom and equality, then why don't we just import 10,000 jihadis? Right? Well, I don't want them here. It's that simple, because I might be obeying
people. Like when you say jihadis, of course, nobody wants terrorists. Nobody wants people who commit violence or espouse violence.
But that's their worldview. That's their religion.
No,
and I'm discriminating against it.
So, brother, so there's anywhere between 1.6 to 2 billion Muslims, for example, to pick another religion. And you said jihadis. Jihadis are the most extreme, radical end of that religion, right? As there is a radical end to Christianity, there is a radical end to Judaism and Hinduism, etc. So that
agreed.
But the rest of the 1.6 billion are aunts and grandmas and kids, and they do things that are enormously similar to you. Do you pray a lot? They pray 5 times a day. By the way, you believe Jesus is the Son of God and the holiest prophet. Good news, so do Muslims. They don't think that he's the Son of God, but they think that he is one of the most holy prophets in Islam. They think it's the 3rd book. Obviously, you don't agree with that. That's okay, that's normal. Muslims and Christians believe in different things. They believe that Jesus Christ is going to come back, not Muhammad, that Jesus Christ is going to come back and save us. So it doesn't sound, for the overwhelming majority of Muslims, it doesn't sound that different than you, does it?
Right. So let's put it this way. What I was talking about, what I was illustrating with the jihadis, was not whether they are the majority of Muslims. My point was simply that there are religions, there are worldviews that are antithetical to the American way of life. Okay, another one would be a secular one, would be communism, Marxism. Marxism is antithetical to the American commitment to liberty. So that's an ideology, not a ethnic or cultural thing, but it's a block that you can recognize. Now, in the name of democracy, you could import 10 million Marxists or 10,000 jihadis. I'm simply saying that to apply sort of let's treat everybody equally across the board, regardless of what they think, is an untenable position.
Yeah, so I think that, so when you say assimilate to freedom and American values, I think I kind of nailed it, and ironically, I think that's the debate and discussion we're having here, Pastor Wilson, because I say freedom for everyone and equality for everyone, including gay people, including black people, including Muslims, Christians, etc., right? And certainly Jews and Hindus. And I'm a capitalist, but I'm not freaked out by Marxists. So like in America, we have freedom. He can make that argument, I'll make the counter argument, and I'll win. I'm not bothered by any of that. But okay, but I want to ask you.
I'm convinced. Excuse me. I'm convinced that you would win the argument with the Marxist. I'm not convinced that you'd be able to argue at all if they took over.
No, but then they do violence. If you do violence, you're out, right? That's against the law.
No, if you do violence, you're out. If the people being oppressed fight back.
Yeah,
right. The communists took over.
But Pastor Wilson, you don't think the Marxists are on the verge of taking over America, do you?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a commie who's going to likely be the next mayor of New York.
Okay, so that's about Mamdani, and he's a democratic socialist. And that's definitely not a communist. But let's get back to the last thing on Christian nationalism. So if you have Christian nationalism, I'm curious, which denomination rules us all? Lutherans, Presbyterians, evangelicals, Pentecostals, who wins?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you. One of the books I wrote on Christian nationalism is called Mere Christendom. And just a little bit of inside baseball here. I'm a Presbyterian, not a Lesbiterian, I'm a Presbyterian. And in 1646, the Westminster Confession of Faith, which is the doctrinal standard of Presbyterians, was formulated in the UK. In 1789, the American Presbyterians adopted a modified version of the Westminster Confession. In England, the battle was over which denomination would control the Church of England. So in Denmark, they had the Church of Denmark. In England, they had Church of England. And there was a battle between, would the Puritans control the Church of England? Would the Presbyterians control it? Would what we now call the Anglicans control it? It was a battle for a centralized ecclesiastical establishment. In the American Westminster Confession, which I support at this point, they said basically it's the magistrate's job to support all the churches of our common Lord. So the First Amendment rightly rejects an established church. There should be no Church of the United States. Congress shall make no law concerning the establishment of religion. At the same time, I believe the state can and should be friendly to all the Christian denominations, the churches of our common Lord. So I don't believe that the Lutherans or the Presbyterians or the Baptists should be in control. But I do believe that there should be a Christian framework, or what the late Francis Schaeffer called a Christian consensus that surrounds the whole thing.
Okay, I mean, I'm a little confused because you say the First Amendment says there shall be no established religion, but you're saying there should be. The First Amendment is wrong. It should be Christianity.
I'm saying the First Amendment is right. The First Amendment says
so. Then why not have Islam and Judaism? And I mean, wouldn't that defeat Christian nationalism if you couldn't establish a religion?
There's a difference between an established church. The First Amendment says there will be no established church at the federal level. At the time the Constitution was ratified by 9 of the 13 colonies, the majority of the colonies had established state churches at the state level. Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire all had established the Congregational Church as the official church of their state. And then Vermont, when Vermont came into the Union as the 14th state, they came into the Union with an established state church at the state level. Now, I'm enough of a free free state guy to not want. I don't want established state churches at the state level either, but I do know that they're not unconstitutional. Right. So what the First Amendment prohibited was an established state church at the federal level. At the same time, there was a Christian consensus, which is much more of an informal thing. I'm arguing for a mere Christendom where there's shared Christian values, but there's no policing power that will make Smith or Murphy go to church at this church, or where the minister is paid from the taxes that he pays.
Yeah. So of course the Supreme Court has ruled that non-establishing religion means all religions, and so things have changed since the 1700s, et cetera. But last thing on this, and I want to move to our last topic. So I just want clarity on it. So you think it's okay to establish this as a Christian nation, and hence the religion of Christianity rules, but within Christianity, you could be okay within different, you're free to practice whatever you like, right?
Yeah, correct.
But if you're outside of Christianity, well then, I don't know if you're in trouble or you don't belong. You don't have any
you'd
power.
Be free. You still have liberty of conscience. That people who are not Christians would still have the freedom to congregate and worship and pray. I'm not in favor of religious persecution at all.
But being unequal feels like persecution, doesn't it?
Well, it feels that way to we live in egalitarian times. And so it does feel that way to many people, but I believe that you have to land at some point. You have to come down and decide. Every human society has to decide what they believe on the big issues. And so I believe that Muslims and Hindus and Jews should be treated right. I believe that. I don't think any of them should be persecuted or harassed or forced to deny things that they believe or affirm things that they don't believe. All of that we would agree. But I also believe that a society, in order to be a coherent society, has to have fundamental shared values. And for example, the whole abortion debate that has torn our country apart is a great example of secularism generates value, an ethical system that is utterly contrary to the ethical system that would be generated by the Christian faith. We think that you don't get to kill the babies, and they think that it's a clump of cells, and it's not. That's not a problem.
Right.
That's a fundamental divide, and so I don't see how it's possible to take those two things and say, okay, put them together and let's just get along.
So Pastor Wilson, you're doing a great job of helping me with my transitions, because I wanted to get to women's rights. So
okay,
now let's talk about the issue of abortion as that transition. So you brought that out. Well, the Christian view should win on that one, but 70% of the country right now is pro-choice. So what do we do with the 70% who don't agree with you?
What we do is we try to persuade them. We argue our case.
No, but in a Christian nation, I don't mean right now.
Oh, so in a Christian nation, we would outlaw abortion. In a Christian nation, my joke is, what would I do if I were president? And the joke is, well, what a glorious 3 days that would be, right? If I were president, what kind of measure would I pass? I would outlaw all human abortion, period.
So, but then that doesn't quite feel like a democracy, because we got 70% that you just said, well, my religion and my point of view beats yours. You're not as equal as I.
Right. The objection, if I could put it in different words, the objection to what I just said is, look, you're just coming in here and you want to impose your morality on people who don't share it. Right? Yeah. And I would say, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. I want to impose my morality. I believe that God said to Moses on Mount Sinai, you don't get to do this. You don't get to kill people. And because I believe that God really did speak to Moses, I believe that we really don't get to kill people. And so I'm going to impose that morality on the doctor and on the mother, right? I'm going to impose that morality. But the imposition of morality is an inescapable concept. It's not whether, but which. It's not whether we impose morality, because all law systems are imposed morality. And every society imposes morality. And at the end of the day, someone is going to have somebody else's morality imposed on them. I want to impose Christian morality on the doctor and the mother and say to them, you can't do that.
Do you
they,
get,
at the end
Pastor
of the day,
Wilson?
wait. If they get their way, the doctor and the mother will impose their morality on the child.
Right. What you believe is a child and they believe is a zygote or a fetus, et cetera. So,
yeah, correct.
No, but in that situation, Pastor Wilson, do you get that the woman there thinks that you are being deeply immoral because you are taking her freedom away, you're changing her life based on what you believe and not what she believes? I agree that the laws are about morality, but this country, by again, 7 out of 10 people being pro-choice has said, we think it's more immoral if you take that freedom, the rights away from women to just, at a fundamental level, just to be able to control their own body. And so, yeah, we did have a clash of morality, and our side thinks that you're more immoral. So, but in a Christian nation, you would just overrule them and go, sad day for you. You don't get to believe in your own morality.
That's correct, but this would go back to something I've mentioned a couple times already, which is the transcendental arche, or the transcendental integration point of all these things. If there is no transcendental system of morality that overarches all of us, then our the clash between me and a pro-choice woman is no different than two dogs fighting over a piece of meat. We can fight, we can come into conflict, but we can't argue. In order to argue morality, there has to be a system that encompasses everyone. Because otherwise you're sitting down to someone and you think you're playing checkers and they think they're playing backgammon. If you sit down at the table playing two different games, it's going to end badly. It's going to end ugly. So there has to be a shared system of morality in order for us to argue at all.
Yeah, Pastor Wilson, I would argue that our system here in America of shared morality is democracy, where we all get together and no matter who we are, we vote together and we come to a decision. Your system of morality is, no, somebody decided this a long time ago, I believe it, so you must believe it. Or if you don't believe it, you're not gonna quite have the same equality and morality that you were looking for.
But what do you...
Right,
yeah,
so that's the difference. That's okay.
So no, it's not a difference, because what do you do with the people who are not small d Democrats? You believe in democracy. Yeah. Well, there are people who don't believe in democracy. What do you do with them? They don't share that value. So why are you getting to impose democracy on them? Because that's the country we live in. So if they want to live in a dictatorial country, good news, there's a lot of them, right? If they want to live in a religious state, by the way, there's a number of them. There's Saudi Arabia, Israel is in some sense a religious state, Iran. They're not shining examples of success. Okay, you got the Vatican. The Vatican's lovely, but not very powerful. Well, we come full circle because now you're in favor of deporting dissenters. Oh no! I'm just saying that our system is democracy. I mean, I don't know what happens if in a democracy people vote to take away democracy. That would be trippy. Yeah. It's never happened before, but no, it has. Oh no, it has. President Erdogan in Turkey said that democracy is like a streetcar. He said you ride it until you get to where you're going, and then you get off. Yeah, that's because he couldn't win elections. So that was not the Turkish people saying that. That was not democracy at large saying that. That was the guy in charge saying that, which is awfully convenient for him. But he's still there. Yeah, I mean, because they couldn't do a revolution yet, but right. I mean, but is that what you want for America though? For somebody to no, okay. So then I'm saying democracy. 7 out of 10 say we go in this direction, but you're saying no, I don't want that democracy. I want you the 3 out of 10 for us to go in that direction. Right, but I understand that again, politics is the art of the possible, and so let's say that your breakdown is right, and it's 70% to 30%. I would look at that and say, well, we clearly have work to do. We should plant churches and preach sermons and write books and try to persuade people in a peaceable, loving way. We should do what Charlie Kirk did: go to the campuses and say, "Talk to me. Let's have this out. Let's exchange ideas." Right. That's what I would want to do, so that we could get that 30% higher. Right. So I want to move on to women, but yeah, that's in today's world. But in the
Christian nation, you wouldn't be able to do that. But that's okay. We've discussed that. So, I'm not asking if women should be equal, because men and women are biologically different, and so equal is too vague a word. So let me ask more specifically: should women have equal rights to men?
Yes, if you're talking about women should have the right to a fair trial, the right to keep and bear arms, the right to free speech, the right habeas corpus. All women should have all the same rights at that level that men do. Yes.
Okay. Do they have a right to say no to their husband sexually?
Yes. If the question is, do I believe that marital rape is okay? No, it's not okay. Not at all.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
There are people out there lying about me on that point, but that's that. So I'm glad. Thanks for the opportunity to say no. Marital rape is bad.
Okay, now I read, and so we have you on here, so that's why we get to ask you and have this conversation, that you were okay with spousal spanking, abuse. There's different words that you could put to it.
No.
Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
So no,
absolutely not.
Like not allowed to hit your wife at all.
Not allowed to hit your wife. So as a pastor, if I had a parishioner who slugged his wife, hit his wife, or tried to spank his wife, or was applying corporal punishment to his wife, call the cops, call the pastor.
Okay. I read about this. I never heard of this before. Blanket theory, where there's apparently a phenomenon. I don't think you guys preach it, but I'm curious whether you agree with it or not. Because there's some question as to whether you guys do. And again, that's why we have you on here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that if a baby walks away from a blanket, you spank it, and corporal punishment to train the baby. Are you in favor of that or no?
No.
No.
So I do believe that toddlers, little kids, need to be disciplined and corrected and so forth. But I've never heard of this blanket theory that you're talking about. But but let's say I do believe that if a toddler is told to take his nap and he gets up, I don't have any objection to godly, loving corporal punishment for sensible infractions that are sensibly applied, household rules. But sort of, I also believe that dictatorial parents who can mistreat their kids that way and are just awful that way, it'd be terrible.
Okay, so I've always wondered about that, because I'm not in favor of corporal punishment. But where's the line for you? So, you can hit your kid. How much can you hit your kid?
What I teach people is that it should sting, but not damage.
So you're going to need people to use good judgment on sting, but not damage.
Yeah, correct.
You see how sometimes people might not have good judgment on that?
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's and when that happens, when parents abuse their children or overdo it with corporal punishment and they beat up their kids, there are few things in the world that are sadder than that. And Jesus said that if you stumble one of these little ones, it'd be better for a millstone to be tied around your neck and you thrown in the depths of the sea. It's awful to abuse a kid.
Okay, so should a woman listen to her husband inside of marriage?
Inside of marriage?
Yeah.
What do you mean, listen to her husband?
Yeah, they obey his commands, directives.
Yeah, when I conduct a marriage ceremony, the vows are traditional vows, and the bride promises to love, honor, and obey, and the husband does not vow to obey his wife. The wife vows to obey her husband. That said, and I believe I'm a Christian Bible guy. The Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians 11 and in Ephesians 5 teaches that the husband is the head of the wife as Christ is the head of the church. So I believe that a wife should be submissive and sweet toward her husband, and the husband should be authoritative and self-sacrificial on behalf of his wife. And so when it comes down to some decision where the husband and wife, let's say a job offer, or are we going to move to a different state or something like that? Let's say a husband and wife can't come to an agreement. They go back and forth. And the decision has to be made, the deadline is tomorrow. Then I think the husband is the one who makes the decision, taking his wife's input fully into account. And sometimes he would decide the way he thinks that they should go, and sometimes he would defer to his wife, but he makes the decision. And if he makes a decision that goes contrary to her wishes, she should be submissive and obey. She should be a sweetheart about it. Yes.
Do you see how that sounds convenient? Because if it was reversed and my wife came to me and said, "Oh, I've got this great book and it says that you should be submissive to me and I should get to decide all these things," I'm not sure I'd rock with that.
Sure, but you don't want someone suddenly springing this on you 15 years in marriage. But in our community, what we're talking about are dedicated Christians who have been taught the Bible, who have grown up learning the Bible, reading the Bible. And so when a bride and groom come to the ceremony, they are both equally committed to this way of doing things.
What if it turns out a little bit differently? Because I know back in the day, my parents told me stories about in Turkey, they used to have arranged marriages, and then in the beginning, everybody agrees, and and the man is firmly in charge usually, especially back in the day, right? But then it turns out that the guy's not such a good guy, right?
Right.
And so is she just supposed to go, well, sad day for me? And that could be in a non-arranged marriage too. A lot of people fall in love and they want to, and then it turns out it's not quite what they expected. So what is she supposed to do there?
If it becomes abusive, if it's simply an unhappy marriage, then you provide counseling and as much help as you can. But if it turns toxic, where he's beating her up or threatening her life or threatening the kids or that sort of thing, I've been in more than one situation where we've helped a wife get out.
Okay, but if he's not hitting her, sad day. He's going to move you to Alaska. He wants you to work, not work. You want to be an artist. He wants you to be something else. You just got to listen to the husband. Suck it up.
Well, let's put it this way. This is a fallen world. And when two sinners marry each other, each one has the full capacity to make the other one miserable.
Yeah, I suppose they do. But then, in my secular world, I'd say, well, it doesn't seem like it's working out. We go on our separate ways, and we wish it hadn't been. But it's we're not aligned, so we're going to get a divorce.
Right.
In a Christian nation, would a divorce be allowed in that circumstance, or no?
Yes. Jesus teaches that divorce is lawful when there's been adultery, when there's been an infidelity. And the Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians teaches that divorce is permissible on grounds of desertion. So desertion and infidelity would be the two main criteria that would justify a biblical divorce.
But if a wife is just miserable because the husband's just making terrible decisions she can't stand, that's not one of those two things. She's going to have to suck it up.
Yeah. And vice versa.
Can you see, Pastor Wilson, why women might not want to live in that society?
Yeah, but vice versa. I can also see why a man might not want to live with a wife who's being terrible. Yeah. So what you do is you teach people, you counsel them, you try. I'm a pastor. This is a big chunk of what I try to do is I try to help people who are unable to get along. I want to teach them how they can get along, how they can learn to confess their sins and humble themselves and work through this. And sometimes it doesn't work, it doesn't take, and the whole thing crashes. And it's a tragedy when it does. And there are situations where our pastoral team has decided that this is no longer tenable, and we give one of the spouses permission to move out of range.
So, you mentioned a couple of times, the wedding ceremonies, and you give counsel to folks in your church. So there's the case of Steven Sittler that's gotten a little bit of controversy for you guys. So he's apparently a serial pedophile. He was convicted in 2005 of acts with a minor under the age of 16 in Idaho. and he was married to Katie Travis, and you officiated that wedding, and you actually discovered, if I've got this right, some of his crimes, but then it seems like you got past it and thought that they should get married. Is that right?
Well, all the points you landed on are correct, right? So Steven Sittler began his career, began his pattern of abuse when he was 13 years old. 5 years later, he came to New St. Andrews College, our college here, as a freshman. He was staying with a family that he had known back in his hometown, and abused a kid there, or attempted to, and was caught, was discovered. The father came to me and for advice, and I said, well, we need to turn him in. We need to report him, which was done immediately. Then Stephen came back when he was having to come back from his hometown to the town here, to Moscow, in order to deal with the legal issues. His parents arranged for me to provide pastoral counseling. As a result of that counseling, I uncovered other cases of abuse and required Stephen, and he cooperated, to bust himself on these other cases. So he did that. Reported everything. So I was responsible for the reporting of most of those cases. He was convicted and served time. About 5 years after he was out, he met a young lady, was introduced to her by someone else. They got engaged and asked me to do the ceremony, which I was happy to do. And I would do it again. So he got a life sentence, and if he reoffended, he would be in prison for life. So that was a tragic situation that affected a lot of people negatively. It was a bad thing, but quite frankly, there are a lot of people who, from across the country, a decade later, decided that they know what happened in all of that, and they just simply don't.
So I see in my notes that he later faced legal trouble again in 2015 for being sexually stimulated by his own child, and is now barred from seeing his son. So does that give you pause and make you think, well, maybe he wasn't what I thought he was, and maybe this wasn't the right way?
Sure, that's a possibility, but that's not the case. He's not barred from seeing his son, and he's not in jail. So
no, he's not in jail.
Yeah, he's not in jail. He has a life sentence, and if he reoffended at any level, he'd be back in jail for life.
So I read it in my notes. Sorry, just correction for the audience and for you. He's not barred from seeing his son. He's barred from seeing his son alone. He can't be alone in the room with him.
There was a period of time where that was the case when they were sorting everything out.
Yeah. So that still didn't give you pause?
Yeah. So look, I'm a pastor again, and everything gives me pause. It's not like I think that it's no conceivable way that something bad couldn't happen. But in this situation, it hasn't.
Okay, so when you requested leniency for him earlier, when you married him off and et cetera, you think those were all the right decisions and he's on the right path?
Well, when people say that I requested leniency, what I said in the letter to the judge was that I was glad that Stephen was caught, and I said I was glad that he was facing hard consequences in real time, but I wanted the judge to respond in a measured way. So I didn't say anything about length of the sentence, or didn't use the word leniency. I did say that I thought it was good that he was caught, and I wanted him to face hard consequences in real time, but I didn't want the judge to lose his temper. So people have read a lot into that as well.
Okay, and then one more thing about some of the controversies around the church. So
sure,
Margaret Bronson and Susie Forshee say that they successfully escaped your church, which is an interesting way of putting it. And they lost a majority of their family to what they claim is a cult. And so what happens with cults, of course, is that there's a lot of different factors, but one of them is that if you leave, then you're shunned by family. So did that happen? And do you see why people might think, well, that sounds like a cult?
Yeah. So I could help you on the Steven Sittler case, and there are other cases I could help you, but I'm frankly sorry. I have no idea who those women are.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so then let me ask you as a follow-up then, just in general. So if people leave your church, do they get shunned by their family or no?
No.
So no shunning, and perfectly free to come and go, no problem. You just don't happen to believe in the church anymore, but
if someone says, "Hey, I'm not feeling it anymore. We'd like to start attending the Baptist church or the Nazarene church," I shake their hand. We transfer them willingly and happily. We're happy to stay in fellowship with them. Nobody is shunned for leaving the church. That's never happened, not one time. Now, there are people in our church who have been disciplined for leaving their wives. Right? We are a church that practices church discipline, but we don't practice church discipline because someone doesn't like my preaching anymore. We practice church discipline if someone's caught embezzling at the bank and won't repent, or if someone left their wife and won't come back, or if someone is abusing their children and defends it. We would discipline for that sort of thing, and we would excommunicate them. And unapologetically excommunicate them. But we have never, ever disciplined anyone or shunned anyone because they decided to go to another church.
Okay, so I'm not a religious person, let alone in this type of organization. So help me understand, what does it mean to be disciplined in that context like that?
It means they are no longer given access to the Lord's Supper. So at the conclusion of every worship service, we have the Eucharist or the Lord's Supper. We serve the bread of the bread, which represents the body of Christ, and the wine, which represents the blood of Christ, and everyone communes and partakes of the bread and wine. If someone is excommunicated, that means they are barred from the table. They are still welcome to come to the church. They're welcome to sing. They're welcome to sit and listen to the sermon. But the one thing they don't get is the Lord's Supper.
Okay, so that's a way of saying you've done something wrong here, and the rest of us are outing you in this very important part of our culture.
Correct.
And then who gets to decide if they've done something wrong enough?
The board of elders. So we have elders that are elected by the congregation, and sometimes the person is excommunicated and the facts of the case are not disputed. Let's say a man ditches his family and runs away with the secretary, and he doesn't contest it. We would simply proceed to excommunication. But if the facts of the case were contested, if someone said, "This guy ripped me off in a business deal," and the man said, "No, I didn't," then we would hold a trial. We would hear both sides, and they would have time to prepare their case, and the elders would listen to the evidence presented and then would decide whether he had done that or not. So if it's contested, there'd be a trial. If it's uncontested, there would simply be discipline by a vote of the elders.
I'm genuinely fascinated by this, and I don't know any of it. So is a woman, a wife, disobeying her husband potentially an issue you could get sanctioned for?
It would depend on what she was disobeying him over. But if he wanted her to serve him taco salad tonight and she didn't do it, then no, you would never. That would never rise to an excommunicable offense. No.
But some things could. Like again, I don't know it at all. So like, what would be an offense that's near the line but is over it, and it would.
Let's say radical neglect of the children. Let's say.
Okay, then you get excommunicated, or maybe radical disagreement with the husband, like disobeying of the husband.
Well, it would depend again over what. If he was saying, "I'd like you to feed the children. I'd like you to not take them to the wild parties where they have to, navigate the drug addicts on the floor." If that's what he told her and she's ignoring him, then yeah, she could be disciplined, but it would be high level 10 Commandments stuff. So when we discipline someone, it's not over taking the pastor's wife's parking spot. It's not over trivial stuff. It's over 10 Commandments issues, murder, theft, adultery, etc.
Okay, I understand. All right, last thing along these lines, and then we'll wrap up. In your book, you wrote that, quote, a man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, plants, while, quote, a woman receives, surrenders, accepts.
Yeah.
So again, can you see how women would look at that and go, are you nuts? Why would I agree to that?
Well, I would say the thing that I would say in response is, look at us. After 50 years of sex education, don't people know what goes on? Are the people who get upset about this, do they believe that the man doesn't penetrate?
Yeah, I understand that that's a physical act. The conquering and the colonizing, a little less so.
Yeah. So the colonizing has to do with he plants his seed and a new life comes to a new and distinct life, gestates within her, and then she gives birth to a child, and you all of a sudden you've got a new human being there. And on the conquest part, anybody who has any understanding of the history of erotic poetry, John Donne's poetry, for example, or in the Song of Solomon that I referenced earlier, where the woman's beauty is described as she is someone who is as terrible as an army with banners. That's the language of conquest. So when both parties are in love, when both parties are attracted to each other, that's part of the attraction. Now, if someone wanted to say, well, what those verbs could also be used to describe a rape, I would agree. Yeah, a man could conquer, by means of rape. He could penetrate in a rape and all of that. But I wasn't talking about that, right? That wasn't talking about that. So that quote is taken from an article that I wrote. I believe it was for the Huffington Post. I'd have to go back and check, but I was responding to the whole 50 Shades of Grey stuff, and I was talking about rape fantasies, and I was arguing that rape fantasies came from a denial of a normal, healthy interaction between the sexes. So what people have done is they've taken that description that was in the context of a healthy interaction between the sexes, and they tried to portray me as a representative of the thing I was arguing against in that article.
Okay, I understand that context. I don't know that I agree with it, but I understand it.
Sure.
And so, but do you worry that your parishioners are going to misunderstand you when you use that kind of language? And you also wrote once, a husband is never trespassing in his own garden. That a man might see that and get the wrong idea that he can do whatever he wants to his wife sexually or otherwise.
Sure. I think that phrase, a man's not trespassing in his own garden, came from a book my wife wrote to women, but that's been circulated also. What we are talking about there is a normal relationship, a normal sexual relationship between normal people. We're not talking about rape. Rape is not the issue. What we're saying is that a woman should not begrudge giving herself to her husband. And as Paul, the Apostle Paul teaches in 1 Corinthians, he says the woman's body belongs to the man, and he says the man's body belongs to the woman. We are to be generous with one another. So when Nancy wrote that he's not trespassing in his own garden, she was simply talking about sexual generosity within the context of a normal marriage with normal people.
Okay, so now lastly, we've done all the issues. As a macro look at all of this, right? Pastor Wilson, again, a genuine question. When, if you're a black person or you're gay or you're a woman, all these, or non-Christian, can you see why people would think, oh no, I don't want any piece of this. This isn't for me, and this winds up with me not being equal. And so, yeah, I'm going to argue against this with all my might.
Right. I can see why people who have a different worldview than mine recoil from, especially when they hear it for the first time, I fully understand why they recoil from it. I get that. But I also get the reason I'm talking to you on this podcast, and the reason I've been talking to New York Times and Politico and all the things, is because a lot of people hear what I'm saying and they're saying, you know, this makes way better sense than the sexual insanity and the ethnic insanity that we've been going through for the last 5 years. So, yeah, there are people who react negatively and big time negatively to what I'm saying. I grant that. I've had haters for decades. I get your point. But I also have garnered, for some strange reason, over the last 5 years, a strange new respect that I've not had before. And a lot of people are paying attention because the things I'm saying are resonating with people, because I'm saying them in the midst of this clown world of ours.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a white male, then I get why it resonates. In your vision of the world, you're on top of the world. And women have to listen to you, and you get to rule, but the others don't, and you get some rights and the others don't. So I can see how that's appealing, but it's ironically, to me, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but it feels like I assimilated America maybe a little bit better than you did, because I'm with equality and freedom and justice for all, and you seem to have it in different buckets.
No, you assimilated to a particular vision of America better than I did, and I assimilated to another vision of America, I think, better than you did. And if it had to do with people who are of different stripes, different colors, different national backgrounds, if you were to come to our church and look across our congregation, and you came with the supposition that we were, you know, white supremacists or something, you would then come to the conclusion that we were very bad at it. Because we've got all kinds. So it's simply false to say black people are going to hear what I say and react negatively, because one of my biggest cheerleaders in the church is a friend of mine, a black man. Another man in our church from Africa is a very eloquent advocate of the things I'm saying. This is not a color thing, and it's not a gender thing. The women in our church are high performance, very intelligent, highly educated, and they're on board. The people who are what people would call ethnic minorities are on board. We had, the doors are open. The Church of Christ is international. We welcome all comers, and so we're not narrow in the way that people represent us as being narrow. We're narrow theologically, but not culturally.
Yeah, there's a funny mirror image there, because, you know, again, having grown up Muslim, Turkey's very secular, so we didn't have any burqas, but I know there's other parts of the Muslim world that do. But every time I debate with those guys, they say, no, the women like the burqas. They want the burqas. They chose the burqas. So it's a little bit of an interesting, you know.
Can we ask them? No.
Yeah, well, no. By the way, that's not true. Because it's the overwhelming culture there, like in your church, the women in those fundamentalist Muslim societies and cultures go, no, I do want it. I wouldn't want to be seen by other men. That's very immoral and scandalous, etc. Anyways, look, we obviously have some disagreements. I like that we did it in a civil way, and people got to hear both stories. Like, you know, you say ethnic, you know, insanity. I love the different ethnicities in America, and I'm part of what I came here for. I love that we get along, not perfectly, not anywhere near it. I like that we all contribute. I like the United States of America. And when you say sexual insanity, I say where? That doesn't sound that bad to me, but I guess it depends on your definition.
I'll let it go with that. There's plenty to say, but I'll let it go.
All right, Pastor Doug Wilson, with obviously an ideology I don't agree with at all, but a fascinating conversation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the honor of joining with you. Thank you.
All right.